Ah! Oh my God, what did she do?
Babe, what happened?
40 disturbing dashcam encounters, 7 levels. This is an iceberg of some of the most unnerving dashcam footage you'll ever see. We'll start with the strange but well-known videos, but as we get deeper, the videos will get increasingly more intense and disturbing.
I'm Jesus! I'm descendant of God!
Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Level 1. Insurance fraud caught on cam. On October 16, 2024, Ashpia Natasha was driving down the Queensbelt Parkway in Brooklyn, New York, when she was unwittingly involved in a major accident, caused, of course, by the car right in front of her, and it was all caught on dashcam. The footage shows Ashpia on her way home, only to be cut off by a silver Honda Civic driven by Michael Martinez. It's obvious that Ashpia is already unnerved by the erratic driving of the car, but then Michael inexplicably stops in front of her and reverses right into her SUV deliberately. Ashpia instantly calls her boyfriend to explain what happened, watching as the 4 people inside the Civic climbed out to take photos of the damage caused to both cars. It's pretty obvious that the whole thing was one wild insurance fraud scheme, and that they planned to pin the $8,300 damages on her. But of course, the dashcam made that difficult. The footage had provided enough irrefutable evidence proving that he was staging a motor vehicle accident, committing reckless endangerment with those inside both vehicles, and blatant insurance fraud. Michael was arrested not long after the incident. When the case went to court, Michael pleaded not guilty, but by this point, the video had gone wildly viral with over 74 million views. But that video raised even more questions. A red Kia Sport had been tailing Ashpia's car the whole time. It suddenly pulled around, picked up one of the people inside the Civic, and fled the scene, suggesting that Ashpia was always the target. The video also showed the occupants of the Honda using a plastic tarp to obscure Natasha's view while switching seats inside the vehicle to make it seem that the woman was driving, not Michael. Michael was sentenced for his crimes, but 3 accomplices remain at large as of February 2025. A ghost sitting in the middle of a highway. It was May 2017, and 25-year-old Aswan Yap and his friend were driving through Kuala Lumpur's Bukit Tungku district, an area notorious for paranormal activity. But just as they rounded the corner, they happened to see something extremely unsettling on the road in front of them. A strange human-like figure seated in the middle of a dimly lit road. Freaked out by the sight, Aswan immediately reversed the vehicle, performed a U-turn, and sped away as dashboard warning lights inexplicably activated, despite there being no clear problems. The footage went instantly viral, in part because locals wanted to share their experience of the area. Reportedly, Bukit Tungku is linked to an abandoned British colonial mansion where a woman in the 20th century left her spirit lingering. Now, residents who drive through the area are said to encounter her restless spirit as well as others, including stories of encounters with a phantom motorcyclist believed to be the ghost of a crash victim. For Aswan, he knew that the figure was possibly a robber, but in his mind, the image, coupled with the supernatural history of the area and the bizarre technical malfunctions, suggested something more paranormal in nature. And that was enough reason to get out of there. Highway heist. The dashcam footage shows a man riding his motorcycle down a highway in Brazil. But before long, he notices someone flashing him from behind, blinding him in the wing mirrors. He summons the guy to pass, but as the motorcycle passes by, the rider reaches out, rips the guy's phone out of the mount before disappearing into the distance. At the same time, another motorcyclist appears on the other side of the camera, so there may be a gang of them. As it turns out, this is a very common problem in Brazil. Usually there are 2 people on a motorcycle who target pedestrians or drivers, snatching phones, wallets, or jewelry before escaping through congested traffic before the victim can even hope to catch up. The phones are then sold on the black market, creating a highly profitable criminal organization. Despite many local wishes, Brazilian law does not permit retaliation in the form of lethal force, including hitting the culprits with one's car, which is exactly why the situation just continues to make money for the criminals. Child stands alone on dark highway. In April 2021, Queensland motorist Mitch Cooney was traveling down the Hume Highway in Australia with his mother when they noticed what seemed to be a small, lonely figure dressed in blue wandering across the road. It seemed almost like a child, and the whole thing was caught on dash cam, confirming their suspicions. They immediately reported the sighting to authorities, with his mother immediately calling the police while he continued driving, fearing sudden stops could cause an accident. Police later confirmed that call did take place. In fact, Campbelltown police launched 2 extensive searches of the area within a few days, but they could find no evidence of a child, missing persons report, or witnesses. Authorities confirmed no children had been reported missing in the region at the time, but that's far from the end of the story. When Mitch called up later to follow up on the case, an officer inexplicably told him that the child had been collected safely, despite never actually acknowledging that there was a child. Later, the police denied ever providing this information. Social media, however, completely followed up on the whole thing. The evidence seemed far too convincing to be dismissed so easily. Online users debated whether the figure was actually a ghost, given the total lack of any other logical explanations for a small person being on the road. But despite enhanced video analysis, the figure's identity remains unverified, and police closed the case without resolution. Woman with a pitchfork. On July 19, 2022, Lisa Ann Sloan, a 56-year-old woman, was selling teddy bears behind the building of a Publix supermarket when the store manager called the police, reported that the woman had stabbed a parked minivan with the pitchfork, damaging its body. Though the vehicle's owner declined to press charges, troopers responded to the scene after Sloan began waving the weapon near the store's entrance during a rainstorm. This was the footage captured from the officer's dashcam. The clip shows Sloan standing in the parking lot, pointing a black whip at the car and raising both weapons defiantly. When ordered to disarm, she refuses and walks away, prompting troopers to physically restrain her. Even after being handcuffed and placed in a patrol vehicle, Sloan unbuckled her seatbelt and kicked the windows while screaming, "God is great," and demanding release. Officers saw fresh cuts and bruises on her body, yet when they asked about it, she claimed to feel no pain, stating repeatedly that God is in control. After interviewing her, it became clear that Lisa was high on some kind of stimulant drug, but showed no signs of alcohol use. She was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a third-degree felony, and held at the Lake County Jail on a $2,000 bond. The pitchfork was seized as evidence, and no injuries were reported despite her erratic behavior. Level 2. Trees crashing down. On February 12, 2017, a Slovakian driver was driving along a forest road in the Low Tatras National Park when he happened to catch the unbelievable sight of a forest collapse right in front of and on top of his car. Dozens of trees suddenly fell across the path in quick succession, with several trunks collapsing on the car's roof and windshield. Somehow, all the passengers inside the car left totally unharmed, though 2 trees supposedly missed their heads by just 20 centimeters. The whole thing happened during extreme weather conditions, with unusually high winds likely contributing to the destabilization of the forest. As the first trees fell, the driver slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop mere feet from the initial collapse. Within seconds, additional trees crashed down in a domino effect, partially burying the vehicle under debris. While no official cause was determined, meteorologists speculated that saturated ground from winter snowfall combined with strong gusts created the perfect conditions for the mass tree fall. Emergency services later praised the driver's quick reaction time, noting that attempting to reverse could have resulted in worse outcomes given the rapid succession of falling timber. An elephant attacks. It was June 2021, and Norman Ukeri, a delivery driver for Bosbach Gas and Smearmiddels, was transporting diesel through South Africa's Kleseri Private Game Reserve. Dashcam footage captured the moment Norman slowed his truck upon encountering a herd of elephants crossing the road, allowing them to pass. But then, suddenly, he saw a mother elephant emerging from the nearby bushes. Hoping to try and intimidate her away, Norman revved the engine and banged on the vehicle's door panel. And it worked. She left the scene entirely. But Norman knew better than to think it was over. He had to wait for the elephants to fully pass before he could continue on his route. Suddenly, the mother elephant charged right at the car aggressively, and with no hope for Norman to even try and leave the scene. The 3.5-ton elephant rammed the truck head-on, crumpling the hood like paper and forcing the vehicle backward. With a heavy trailer full of gas attached to his car, Norman couldn't move much, but stayed inside the cabin knowing that anything else would be dangerous. The elephant caused around $3,700 in damages with its weight and tusks alone. Wildlife experts have since suggested that the elephant's behavior stemmed purely from maternal protectiveness, possibly defending hidden calves in the herd that weren't visible to Norman. What made the situation even worse is that the elephants typically display warning signs like head shaking or trumpeting before charging, but this incident unfolded abruptly with basically no warnings. Norman couldn't do anything to prevent this. Killer clown craze. On October 7, 2016, at around 2:30 a.m., Wisconsin police received multiple 911 calls reporting 2 individuals in clown masks chasing vehicles and pedestrians. When police arrived at the scene, the dash cam captured them confronting 2 men, aged 20 and 29, and a 26-year-old woman who had driven the group around during the prank. The investigation into the incident led them to realize that the woman and one of the men were a couple with a 4-year-old daughter, and not only were they terrorizing the community, but they completely abandoned their child, leaving her unsupervised in their home while engaging in these psychotic late-night antics. The child was alone for hours before authorities intervened. The Department of Human Services eventually placed the child in custody of the Department of Human Services, while the parents faced charges of child neglect. The woman was also held on a probation violation. The accomplice, not related to the couple, was released without charges. The couple had jumped onto a nationwide trend of creepy clown sightings and pranks in 2016, but this case stood out due to the neglect allegations. Police Chief Tim Stajka released a statement condemning the parents' actions, emphasizing the dangers of both abandoning a young child and provoking potentially intoxicated drivers during early morning hours. But we wouldn't condemn you for liking and subscribing to this video, so it might be worth thinking about. Level 3. Chelyabinsk Meteor. On the 15th of February 2013, the Chelyabinsk meteor entered Earth's atmosphere over Russia's Ural region. The asteroid was estimated to be 18 meters wide and traveling at 19 kilometers per second. All across the region, the giant burning rock was visible in the sky for miles. When the meteor finally exploded, it was approximately 30 kilometers above Chelyabinsk Oblast. The airburst released energy equivalent to between 440,000 and 500,000 tons of TNT, triggering a shockwave that shattered windows across 6 cities, damaging over 7,200 buildings and injuring nearly 1,500 people, mostly from flying glass. The whole incident was captured extensively by dash cams, which recorded the meteor's luminous trajectory, appearing brighter than the sun, and the subsequent explosion that illuminated the morning sky. Videos showed the fireball's descent followed by a delayed sonic boom that rattled buildings minutes later. The footage proved critical for scientists, enabling precise calculations of the asteroid's speed, angle of entry, and explosion height. One dashcam video even captured the aftermath of the strike on Lake Chebarkul, creating a 6-meter-wide hole in the ice. Man jumps on woman's windscreen. It was 7:30 p.m. in Queensland, Australia, and a woman was driving home when she suddenly encountered a couple having some kind of an argument. But while the woman drifted away from the road, the man didn't move. Not wanting to scare him or make him feel threatened, she cautiously kept her distance and tried to go around him. It seemed to anger him even more. The dashcam footage shows the man turning and starting to walk toward the car. Suddenly, he starts to climb up on the car and then starts aggressively smashing the windshield. The driver is in a state of panic, unsure of what exactly to do about the situation. When she later recalled the incident, the woman described the attack as happening so quickly that she was left in shock, unable to immediately react or do anything to protect herself. With the attacker on the hood, she found herself trapped. Behind the car, the woman this man was with was standing, trying to talk him down. But now, the victim was unable to reverse due to the risk of hurting her, and she couldn't drive forward without risking further violence. But the man was not finished. He tried to force open the passenger door, which was thankfully locked, making it seem more realistic that he was about to seriously harm the driver. Shards of glass from the windshield cut her hands, and she later said she couldn't see through the shattered glass at all. Eventually, the guy climbed off the car, giving the woman time to drive away. She immediately went to the local police station, reporting the incident and handing over this highly valuable dashcam footage. Woman abandons moving car. On September 1st, 2015, in Rowland Heights, California, 22-year-old Jasmine Lacey had some kind of split-second decision that convinced her it would be a good idea to abandon her car in the middle of a busy traffic spot. The footage shows Jasmine slamming the brakes of her 2010 Hyundai Sonata in the left lane at approximately 3:45 p.m. before casually stepping out of the still-moving vehicle and walking as if nothing happened. The driverless Hyundai rolled across the center division into oncoming traffic, colliding with a Honda that was subsequently rear-ended by a Lincoln. The silver sedan continued its uncontrolled path, mounting a sidewalk and rolling over two small trees before finally stopping. Multiple vehicles swerved to avoid the rogue Hyundai during the 30-second sequence. California Highway Patrol reported the two SUV drivers involved sustained minor injuries, while Jasmine was hospitalized for non-collision-related reasons. Authorities arrested Jasmine on suspicion of a DUI at the scene, though she was released within days due to insufficient evidence for criminal charges. The YouTube video of the incident garnered more than 2.8 million views within weeks and continues to circulate even today. But legal analysts have said that the unusual circumstances made it more or less impossible to actually see justice served, especially since no permanent injuries were reported from the collisions. Passing out while driving. It was April 2nd, 2015. This man was driving like he would any other day, but something was a little off. He felt totally fine. He wasn't tired, not sick, not anything. But just after he hit the cruise control, his body did the same thing. Out of nowhere, the guy passed out at the wheel. He had never passed out once in his 26 years of living. Now his car was speeding off the road into a ditch, lurching his body forward and putting more pressure on the gas pedal. Suddenly, he was racing through a fence and through multiple fence posts. When he finally woke up, he was too disoriented and confused by the situation to muster the strength to hit the brakes. Fortunately, the impact on the last fence post wasn't too bad, and he quickly regained control of the car. But he knew the situation was strange and something was really not normal. After the incident, the man went to get himself checked out, only to be diagnosed with a previously unknown condition called orthostatic hypotension, a form of low blood pressure that can cause fainting and dizziness. He's since gotten high-quality treatment and medication that keeps his blood pressure in check. But despite the footage of the incident, State Farm refused to pay for the damage to his car. Instead, they raised his rates and removed his safe driver discount, despite this being the only driving mishap he ever had. Playing victim. This driver and his passenger were approaching a traffic light on a pretty typical day in an American city, but he was about to discover just how beneficial that dash cam can be. As he passes through the light, a car suddenly cuts him off, crashing right into the side of his car. The footage proves that all of this could easily have been avoided with better driving, and that it was all the other car's fault. But the people in that car don't agree. The guy in the driver's seat instantly starts yelling at the dashcam driver, blaming him for being the reckless driver, despite the reality of the situation. But he is not the worst part of this. Out of nowhere, the guy's wife climbs out of the car, hysterical and angry as she starts hitting the dashcam driver's car, joining her husband or boyfriend to lash out and berate him. They also have a child in the car, which doesn't suggest they're great parents. Eventually, the angry driver decides to pull over to exchange insurance information, but he goes about it in the single worst way, taking an extremely aggressive approach. And that's when the dashcam driver realizes he has the footage. He could easily prove that these two are looking for an easy insurance fraud win, but their anger makes this highly dangerous. So he decides to leave. The guilty driver then jumps in front of the car, trying to stop him from fleeing the scene, but it's no good. He does leave the scene, and thanks to the dashcam, both of them got citations for the incident. Bentley driver brake checks and gets angry. This driver was heading home along one of the UK's quiet country roads when he noticed a green Bentley speeding up behind him. At first, everything was just fine. The Bentley arrives, overtakes, and continues. But the Bentley starts to slow down, doing it in a sudden, abrupt way. The driver can't do anything but slow down himself, only now the Bentley is driving so slow the driver has to overtake him. Turns out that's a problem for this guy. The second that the driver overtakes the Bentley takes action. Not only does he overtake again, but the Bentley decides to stop right in the middle of the road, making it difficult for the driver to even try and get around him. Then he gets out. Big Raj himself. He furiously yells at the driver, threatening him, and then he opens the trunk. It turns out that Big Raj has a baseball bat hidden away in his trunk, seemingly just for occasions like this one, which suggests he does this a lot. He gets up to the window, threatening the driver, only to realize that he has a dash cam. Suddenly realizing that all of this will be caught, Raj puts the baseball bat away and grabs his phone, snapping a photo of the driver for good measure. But as soon as this video hits the internet, Big Raj has a lot of new fans and old friends. Many people on social media recognized him for pulling similar incidents to them, parking in two spaces, threatening them with bats. The internet publicity called this guy out as an abusive, aggressive loser, even with his expensive car. Level 4. Car narrowly escapes rockfall. On April 3rd, 2024, a 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck Taiwan's eastern county of Hualien, triggering landslides and rockfalls all along the Suao Highway. But one car's dashcam footage captured the harrowing moment in full. The video shows two vehicles abruptly stopping near the Daqingshui River Bridge at approximately 8 a.m. local time. For a second, it's silent. Then they start reversing just as a boulder hits the road right where the car was just a second ago. But then the car in front gets hit by a boulder. If the car had reversed even a little bit more, it would have been completely wiped out. Miraculously, the driver was not harmed by the impact. The highway section where the rockfall occurred remained closed for repairs, with authorities working to establish a temporary access route. Emergency crews rescued 32 people from vehicles trapped along the same stretch of road, but the incident showed in the dashcam footage resulted in no casualties. Local media confirmed the driver of the crushed car sustained only minor injuries, with no serious harm reported to anyone directly involved in the rockfall captured on camera. Man attacks with a pipe during a road rage. It was January 11th, 2023, and a driver in Southern California found himself in traffic on the 2 freeway in Glendale, stuck behind a man in a Tesla who didn't have license plates. Seemingly out of nowhere, the man, Nathaniel Radmack, abruptly stopped his Tesla and climbed out. The footage shows him in his muscle shirt and jeans carrying what appears to be a metal pipe. For no apparent reason, he suddenly starts attacking the car, causing as much damage as he possibly can. Nathaniel was tracked down pretty quickly by authorities and arrested. But when they started digging into his crimes, they realized that there was a lot more to Nathaniel than they expected. This single attack was part of a broader pattern of behavior, a reign of terror, with Radamak targeting at least 10 victims, predominantly women, between 2022 and 2023. He had used a pipe to smash headlights, threatened drivers, and vandalized vehicles. During his arrest, authorities discovered steroids and over $30,000 in cash in his Tesla. He pleaded no contest in August 2023 to charges including felony assault, criminal threats, vandalism, and elder abuse, receiving a 5-year prison sentence. However, due to California's credit system, he was released in August 2024 after serving just 212 days in prison, with an additional 212 days credited for good behavior in time served. All of that despite his criminal history spanning nearly 2 decades across 8 states, with prior road rage incidents, drug offenses, and domestic violence. His early release sparked outrage, with his victims criticizing the legal system for prioritizing overcrowding reforms over public safety. Road rage shooting. Marco Mazzetta was not having a good day. He was speeding along the highway in Orlando, Florida, and he just could not ignore the fact that some guy was tailgating his truck the entire way. He felt like he had to do something. But rather than make a hand gesture or try to signal the guy to move, Marco had his own way of handling the issue. First, he hit the brakes, causing a minor collision with the car behind that forces his tailgater to overtake. But as he did, Marco saw the familiar sign of the other driver holding a gun and immediately felt his life was in danger, which is why he pulls a gun of his own and starts firing through the windshield. Unfortunately, the high speeds they were driving at meant chunks of glass just fired right back into their faces. His passenger was seriously terrified of what was going on, but miraculously, there were no injuries and no significant damage to any other vehicles. Knowing that the situation was bad, Marco immediately pulled off the highway and reported the incident to the authorities, but he was widely criticized by social media and authorities in Florida, who believed that his actions were reckless and threatened to escalate the situation. Marco released a statement in the media claiming that he was acting in self-defense, saying that he hoped his actions would make any idiot criminal think twice before loading, brandishing, and aiming their firearm at someone over traffic infractions. Driver storms Grand Floral Parade. It was June 10th, 2023, and the 2023 Portland Rose Festival Grand Floral Parade was supposed to be a happy time for families and kids alike. But Sydney Meckham was not having a good day. Sydney was extremely irritated by the amount of roads that had been closed for the event, partially because the closed roads meant that there were more police on the streets, and his license was suspended and uninsured, which was not a good situation to be in. 20 minutes before the parade was due to start, Sydney had just about had it. He was so frustrated with the whole thing that he started speeding, refusing to abide by what he considered pointless closures. He drove up the side of the banks just to get around the barricades, ignoring the police who tried to stop him. Eventually, he ended up on the parade route itself, speeding toward the crowds in the process. The police brought out the ground and air forces to chase him down, but Sydney was not willing to stop. He just kept driving through the route, and when he finally got out of it, the police were still on his tail, and he continued to run. But eventually he couldn't get away, and his own dash cam turned out to be his biggest downfall. Sydney was charged with 38 criminal counts, including 17 felony counts of unlawful use of a weapon, his vehicle, 15 misdemeanor reckless endangerment charges, and attempted assault. But it turned out he had quite the criminal history already. Offenses, traffic violations, and a failure to register as a offender. None of it helped his case. He eventually accepted a plea deal admitting guilt to 2 felony weapon charges and 16 misdemeanors. But he claimed that this was all the result of poor planning and impulsive thinking, rather than malice, saying he was in emotional distress following his niece's recent death. Ultimately, he was sentenced to a 5-year prison sentence with 5 years post-release supervision, calling it a remarkable outcome given the potential for fatalities. Shooting during a traffic stop. It was June 24th, 2021. In Chicago, Hubert Perez Negron pulled up to a traffic light near the freeway when he saw 2 armed men exiting a vehicle in front. Initially, he didn't think much of it, assuming the weapons weren't real. But then, when the second person emerged with another gun and opened fire, the gravity of the situation became apparent. The dashcam footage captured the whole thing as well as the panic of the other cars. Reacting quickly, Hubert immediately reversed his car to avoid the hail of bullets. His primary concern was the safety of himself and others, clearly hoping that no one would return fire in their direction. But the incident occurred in broad daylight, an insanely brazen move by these guys. After firing multiple shots, the suspects quickly retreated to their vehicle and fled the scene, possibly chasing after whoever they were following. Sure enough, Chicago police responded to an alert following the gunshots, and it turned out that the intended targets were two women, aged 22 and 19, who were in a nearby vehicle. Somehow, despite the gunfire, no injuries were reported in the incident. But Hubert used his viral video to express his concern about the increasing threat to public safety in Chicago, thanks to people like this. Fortunately, he has evidence to back up his claims. Driving through a tornado. On September 1st, 2021, dashcam footage captured a tractor-trailer being flipped by an EF2 tornado in Horsham Township, Pennsylvania during the remnants of Hurricane Ida. The video shows the driver, Carl Bayer, braking during wildly torrential rain and intensifying winds. The visibility dropped rapidly as wind gusts knocked down traffic lights and actually lifted the truck briefly before overturning it completely. Thanks to his seatbelt, Bayer escaped with nothing more than minor injuries. The tornado caused 130-mile-per-hour winds, damaging a 3.5-mile path through Montgomery County. It tore roofs off the Upper Dublin Police Department and surrounding buildings, rendered the government complex totally uninhabitable, and partially collapsed exterior walls of homes in Upper Dublin's Stewart Creek area. The footage went viral on YouTube, Reddit, and news platforms, all of which uses the footage to prove that tornadoes could strike outside traditional Tornado Alley. This could happen anywhere. Truck stops just in time. In rural Norway, this bus was carrying school children on their way home from a field trip. When the driver finally arrived at the destination, he stopped to allow the children to get off. Everything was normal, ordinary. But then, childhood innocence turned the whole scene into a very dangerous and almost tragic situation. As the kids climbed off the bus, they moved to the back of the vehicle, leaving them blind to the oncoming traffic from their right. Yet one of the children doesn't hesitate to run across the road, and just happens to pick the exact moment that a giant truck comes barreling toward him. Fortunately, the truck driver is conscious enough to put his foot on the brake, and the child instantly runs from the truck, just about managing to save his own life. Had the driver been even a second slower to react, this scene would have been far, far more tragic. This child could have been killed, and all because he was too excited to wait. It's just another reminder not to take any chances when it comes to traffic. Seconds from disaster. On a seemingly ordinary day in Mudgee, New South Wales, Australia, Simon Somervale had just finished loading some purchases into his orange 2009 Hyundai Getz. Realizing he had forgotten his wallet, he quickly returned to the store. But just seconds after he left the frame, this nearby dashcam captured the sight and deafening sound of a bolt of lightning striking the tree next to his car, causing it to explode in a shower of wood and debris. Massive branches came crashing down onto Simon's vehicle, crushing it under their weight. In the store, Simon heard the noise. He said it was like an explosion, like nothing I've heard or felt before. But when he returned to the scene, he was visibly stunned by the destruction that had unfolded in his absence. Suddenly, he realized how close he came to genuine disaster. Whether he was inside the car or simply standing beside it, there's no question he would have suffered a serious and very brutal injury. The force of the lightning strike was so intense that it turned the tree's water content into steam, causing the outer layers to explode outward like a natural explosion. The catastrophic event resulted in his car being written off by his insurance company, but his life was miraculously intact. The footage quickly spread online, with social media users expressing shock at Somervale's incredible luck. Many commented on the surreal nature of the event, with one user remarking that it looks like an insurance ad. Only this time, the insurance company actually paid out. Level 5. High-speed drive almost turns fatal. A man was driving on a mountain road at a speed that he should really not have even been close to. But as he navigated the winding roads, he had absolutely no hesitation about his driving or his control of this hazardously winding road. Although, of course, he should have. He went through the tunnel at a high speed, came out the other end, and everything seemed to be going just fine, but he didn't anticipate the turn at the end of the tunnel. His attempt to hit the brakes didn't go smoothly, sending the car into a tailspin right off the edge of the cliff. Below him was a 7,000-foot drop, and he was plummeting right toward it, his dash cam capturing the whole thing. Somehow, the car came to a stop on a ledge, saving the driver from potentially falling to his certain death. Instead, he was able to call for help, although now he had to wait for a while in a very precarious and increasingly uncomfortable situation. Eventually, emergency services arrived, rescuing him from the car and recovering his vehicle without issue. He had escaped with his life, but he had also learned a very valuable lesson: not to speed on mountain roads. Train and truck collision. A tractor-trailer was carrying goods through Virginia's Chesterfield County when it arrived at a train track. With no trains coming, the driver decided it was safe to drive forward and continue on their route. That was a mistake. Actually, the whole route was a mistake. The trailer immediately became stuck right in the middle of the track, with the driver unable to reverse or move forward at all. And all of this was a bad situation on its own. But then a train arrived, and the situation escalated from a bad situation to a truly horrifying situation. With no time to try and move the truck, all the driver and his passenger could do is get out and try to move to a safe distance. But the train, which is hurtling toward the truck at a very fast speed, is inevitably going to have to collide with it. Sure enough, the train barrels through the truck, demolishing it entirely and flinging debris across the track. Fortunately, everyone's lives were safe. But this particular train track is notorious for this kind of thing. Many cars, trucks, and vehicles have gotten stuck at exactly the same place, though rarely as serious or terrifying as this one. Passenger puts driver in danger. Chicago Uber driver John Williams was working in Chicago's West Garfield Park neighborhood on March 17, 2024, when he stopped around midnight for a routine pickup of a female passenger. But just seconds after entering the vehicle, the passenger urgently told Williams to go, go, go.
Go, 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 you're gonna shut out the car.
Warning that someone was about to shoot. Given that it was midnight, John assumed that this was some kind of drunken confession or delusion, but when 2 gunshots rang out, John didn't hesitate to put his foot down and speed the hell out of there. In his panic, John hit speed bumps, ran through stop signs and stoplights in a desperate attempt to escape the pursuers. He had over 12,000 Uber rides under his belt, but he had never experienced anything like this before. John had no idea if he or his passenger had been hit by the bullets, but the passenger, who was still alive in the back seat, explained that the shooter was her ex-boyfriend, upset about an argument that they had. Eventually, John got them both to safety, where they confirmed that neither one of them were injured in the shooting. But in the weeks following the incident, Williams struggled with anxiety, anger, and sleep issues. He ended up seeking professional help to process the traumatic experience, and eventually returned to driving for Uber to save money for his future trucking company. A close call. On May 1st, 2023, a Fairfax County police officer had pulled over a gray BMW 7 Series on the southbound Fairfax County Parkway for speeding at 73 miles per hour in a 50 mile per hour zone. But his car's dash cam caught something that the officer couldn't have predicted. While speaking to the driver through the passenger side window, a black BMW M3 traveling northbound at over 120 miles per hour lost control, spun across the median, and crashed right into the stopped car and the police cruiser. After hearing the screeching tires of the M3 as it barreled toward him, the officer ran away from the crash site just in time. The footage shows how the M3 clipped his leg after striking the two cars, but despite this, the officer immediately got back up, hopped over the guardrail, and radioed for assistance while checking on the driver of the stopped car. The officer's composure under unimaginable pressure earned him the admiration and public praise of the county police chief, who said that his decision to approach the stopped car from the passenger side may have prevented a fatality. The officer sustained only minor injuries and was able to assist others at the scene. As for the driver of the out-of-control car, he was just 17 years old and charged with reckless driving, the key evidence being captured on the officer's dashcam. A suspicious roadblock. A man drives along a highway on a pretty typical night when he notices some strange orange cones littered across the road. He obviously decides to come to a stop, only to notice that, parked on the other side, a car and a suspicious-looking man are blocking the path. Knowing this is very strange and possibly a trap, the driver tries to move forward, but the man starts to approach the car window. The driver is polite, asks him if he needs help.
Can I help you with something?
The man says he does, but the driver takes advantage of the vulnerability to flee the scene before the man can explain why he needs help, especially given that he's reaching for his pocket. Not much is known about what happened after this, but according to the driver, 2 people were detained by state police and charged with a DUI. It's not known if any other charges were involved. Trapped by cartel. A civilian driver in Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, happened to encounter a Cartel de Noreste checkpoint. The Cartel de Noreste is a notorious criminal organization known for human trafficking, terrorism, and carjacking. This checkpoint was an obvious trap, and the driver knew it. As soon as he arrived at the checkpoint, he saw a roadblock surrounded by intimidating vehicles and suspicious-looking people, possibly hiding some kind of weapons. When a black 4x4 appears, the driver knows that he has to get out of this situation before it all starts to go very, very bad. But as he reverses, the gang members spring into action, trying to get closer to the car, the vehicle strategically blocking the paths. The driver, fortunately, focuses on leaving, outmaneuvering the cartel, and fleeing into the night. These checkpoints are illegal throughout Mexico, but the cartel often uses them as an easy way to find targets to rob or kidnap for their illicit and illegal actions. Couple robbed in the middle of the road. On a typical day in Guayaquil, Ecuador, a couple were driving home after spending the day in the city. But when they got stuck in a traffic jam, their day went from pleasant to outright horrific. Out of nowhere, a man appears in front of the car, flashing a gun and banging on the doors. Along with his accomplice, the gunmen open the already unlocked doors, trying to rip their phones and watches out of their hands. But while the man is quiet and compliant, trying to find the right time to flee, the woman refuses to do what she's told, fighting the entire time. While all of this is unfolding, the traffic starts to ease, and the suddenly tries to hide the from passing cars, as though the situation is not extremely obvious to everyone moving past. But the moving traffic allows just enough space for the driver to put his foot down and get them to safety, immediately locking the door after the incident. They had their belongings, they had their lives, and they had a reason to always lock the doors. Level 6. Drunk passenger tries to take the wheel. On a typical Saturday night in January 2019, Sacramento-based Uber driver Dax Castro picked up a passenger from a Citrus Heights bar. He had 3 years of experience. He had dealt with many unruly passengers before, including one incident where a rider pulled a gun on him. And he didn't hesitate to install a dash cam for his own security. On this night, he picked up 32-year-old Suj Vong, an obviously drunk guy who insisted on sitting in the front seat. He spent a little while talking in a strange, disjointed conversation, but as Dax merged onto the southbound highway, something changed. Suj started to grow agitated and unsettlingly off, slurring phrases like, "You're gonna crash," and laughing erratically. Traveling at 65 miles per hour, Castro attempted to defuse the situation, assuring his passenger that they were headed downtown and that everything would be fine. But then the ride took a turn for the very not fine. Without warning, Suj lunged for the steering wheel, gripping it with both hands and yanking violently. Dax did all he could to maintain control with one arm while fighting to push the guy back, the car swerving across multiple lanes as horns blared. But his passenger was truly out of his mind, refusing to let go and saying things like, "No, we're gonna go crazy, love ya brother, and we're gonna die." The dash cam caught every second, the vehicle lurching towards guardrails, Castro's white-knuckled grip on the wheel, and the blur of headlights as traffic swerved to try and avoid collision. At one point, his passenger nearly succeeded in steering the car into a highway interchange barrier before Dax wrestled back just enough control to save them. With hazards flashing, Dax managed to stop in a traffic lane, dialing 911 as Suj continued erratic behavior. There was no doubt this was the most terrifying experience Dax ever had as a driver. Woman escapes armed carjacking. At 8 a.m. on July 21, 2023, a woman was driving along Skyline Boulevard in Oakland Hills when suddenly a white Dodge Charger abruptly stopped, blocking the victim's path. Two people climbed out, and the woman instantly saw that one of them was holding a gun and approaching her car. He banged on her window while the other carjacker tried to open the passenger door, but the woman was not going to sit back and let it happen. She immediately accelerated her SUV, swerving around their car and fleeing to safety. Obviously, the woman was massively traumatized by what she had gone through, but she knew that she was lucky. If the situation had really escalated or gone wrong, these guys could have opened fire and potentially even killed her in the process. But even though she had driven this road without problems for decades, she decided she wasn't going to go down this route again. The trauma and danger were too much for her to cope with. As it turns out, this was just one of many carjackings in the area. 5 days later, authorities in Oakland managed to chase down and arrest 3 people, 2 adults and a minor, who they believed were responsible. A trap on the road. In August 2016, a man was traveling from the UK to the French port of Calais as part of his regular importing-exporting business. But before he got there, he found a group of masked men with intimidatingly large sticks had blocked the road with a fallen tree. When the truck approached the tree, the driver realized what was going on. These were not just people. These were most likely people smugglers, and they wanted to sneak into the country. The Calais region had been hit particularly hard by a number of people smugglers exploiting the increasingly serious migrant crisis, profiting from helping desperate people seek passage into the United Kingdom. The dashcam footage ended up being essential, critical evidence, helping provide valuable insight into the methods being used by these organizations. They were smuggling migrants onto trucks, allowing them to enter the UK without opposition or even the knowledge of the authorities. The footage quickly went viral, leading to national outrage and calls for major crackdowns on criminal activities in the region. 1 month later, protests erupted in Calais, with lorry drivers and farmers blockading the main motorway route into the town, demanding the closure of the migrant camp known as the Jungle, the home of these criminals. Security car attacked. It was April 22nd, 2021, and Leo Prinsloo and Lloyd Mtombeni were on a routine mission escorting high-value cargo along South Africa's N4 highway in Pretoria. Today, their precious cargo was around $90,000 worth of mobile phones. But this job had become increasingly dangerous due to the rising frequency of cash-in-transit heists throughout South Africa. Leo, the driver, was a former police sniper, but Lloyd was new. This was his 4th day on the job, and while it had been all smooth sailing so far, everything changed when gunmen and luxury vehicles launched a surprise ambush. Seemingly out of nowhere, AK-47 bullets started lashing against the van's armored frame, and through the whole thing, Leo didn't even panic. He calmly told his buddy to prepare the rifle and call for backup while expertly maneuvering through traffic to evade the attackers and get out alive. The dashcam footage captures the impressive skills that Leo has as the driver, managing to somehow outsmart and outrun their attackers while never once losing his cool. But the pursuers are not going to give up. They keep shooting at the truck, determined to get access to the cargo. Unfortunately, the truck gets stuck on a concrete barrier, leaving them exposed to the enemies. Knowing they're vulnerable, Leo takes the rifle and climbs out to protect the cargo until security arrives to help them. And I think it's pretty easy to say he has the skills to protect Lloyd, too. Woman pepper sprays unsuspecting man. On July 31st, 2024, Uber driver Shohel Mahmoud arrived in New York to pick up his rider, 23-year-old Jennifer Gilbolt, and her fellow passenger. His dash cam would go on to capture some unexpected and wholly inappropriate behavior. The car stopped on the Upper East Side at a red light, with Shohel taking the opportunity to make a quick prayer. But in the back, Jennifer and her friend had apparently grown uncomfortable with the situation, and they couldn't bring themselves to sit back and do nothing. So Jennifer grabbed her pepper spray and sprayed it right into Mahmoud's face. Obviously, Mahmoud was in excruciating pain, suffering severe burning, redness, and pain. But when he tried to escape the car, Jennifer jumped forward and grabbed his arm as if trying to keep him inside. Fortunately, he broke free and managed to put the car in park while he got some air. The camera inside the car didn't stop rolling, capturing the moment where Jennifer's friend questioned why she would pepper spray him like that.
Why do you do that?
Jennifer's response? He's brown. Mahmoud didn't hear this. He was busy calling 911, summoning police to the scene, who immediately arrested Jennifer for her crime. And while she was confident enough that she would get away with it, she seriously underestimated how the footage would work against her. This evidence became critical in her indictment for second and third degree assault as hate crimes along with aggravated harassment. The attack left Mahmoud with temporary vision impairment and injuries to his shoulder, neck, and back. He was unable to work for nearly 2 months following the incident, but at least justice was served. Level 7. Driving through a wildfire. In August 2018, Justin Bilton and his 70-year-old father were camping 2.5 miles up the North McDonald Trail in Glacier National Park, Montana. But one night, they noticed a wildfire not far away, rapidly spreading through the wilderness. Initially, the fire covered just 5 acres, but it quickly grew to engulf over 2,000 acres in a matter of hours. Realizing the danger they were in, they made the difficult decision to immediately hike back to their car, which was parked at the end of a dead-end road. Their only escape route was through the fire. The dashcam video reveals the intense and downright frightening conditions they faced. As they spread through the fire, the flames and smoke were everywhere, falling debris collapsing around the car, which itself was heating up very quickly. And the whole time, Justin was just thinking about the dangers that weren't so obvious. What if the car blows up?
The car is heating up, it's gonna explode.
Fortunately, his dad was calm and composed, encouraging his son to drive easy and slow down. They would be fine. But that was not the way it went. Their escape was nearly stopped entirely when they encountered a falling, burning tree blocking their path. Another dead end. They had no choice but to reverse back through the inferno, making the escape even more dangerous than it already was. Luckily for them, 2 park employees were waiting in a boat ready to rescue them. Their car was abandoned to the flames, but they emerged with their lives intact. The fire was started by a lightning strike, eventually going on to burn down over 14,000 acres in Glacier National Park. If they had been even a few minutes slower, they would have been killed. Truck plunges off bridge. It was March 1st, 2024, and 26-year-old semi-truck driver Sydney Thompson was driving along Louisville Clark Memorial Bridge. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a Chevrolet C1500 pickup truck swerved to avoid a stalled vehicle crashing into her truck. In an instant, the impact sent the truck wildly out of control, crashing through the guardrails and leaving the semi-truck dangling 100 feet over the water. The trailer was wedged between the bridge girders, and the cab hung over open water, creating an impossibly dangerous situation that could shift at any moment. For 40 minutes, Sydney was trapped inside the cab, unable to move and unsure if she would even make it out. She later discussed the situation, saying how she was convinced her life was over the second the truck went through the railing. But now, she was in limbo, forced to think about her 5-year-old son and the potential that she was about to be taken from the world, leaving him behind. Sydney had no choice but to turn to hope and prayer to try and make it through the ordeal. Against all the odds, there was one person who knew that he could save Sydney from this impossibly terrifying situation: Louisville firefighter Bryce Carden. Bryce was an expert in high-angle rescues, and he knew exactly how to get her. But the unstable, risky position of the truck meant that this was the riskiest rescue he had ever made. A single wrong move, and Sydney could plummet to her death. Bryce climbed up to the cab, praying with her to comfort her before helping to pull her through the truck window. It was risky, with every move threatening to send the truck over, but she made it. Using a harness, the firefighters hoisted her back to safety on the bridge, ensuring that she would see her son once again. Gavin Collins' dashcam footage. On Good Friday 2019, Gavin Collins, a Derbyshire man, stole a car from one of his neighbors in Nottinghamshire, England. He immediately sped away but crashed the car not too long after his chaotic adventure. When a passing motorist stopped to check on him, Gavin forced the motorist to drive him in her car. But he had no idea that she had a dash cam active, which captured every one of his increasingly erratic, disturbing moves. Gavin ripped off the rearview mirror, shouting, "Don't need this," before exclaiming, "Watch me go now," and claiming to be Jesus, descendant of God.
I'm Jesus! I'm descendant of God! And you lock me up! Watch this!
Suddenly, the unwitting passenger had to sit and watch as the forced driver began overtaking vehicles at an insanely high speed until he lost control, crashing into a house. But Gavin wasn't even close to done. After his second violent rampage, he forced his way into a woman's home, kicking down the back door. Inside, he found a woman and her children, terrified of the intruder. Using the blood on his hands, he drew crucifixes on the woman and her children, making wild threats and talking about God. This clearly unstable man was dangerous, but he had no real plan for what he was going to do to these innocent people. Eventually, he just left, wanting to move on to the next unhinged act in his playbook. He stole the woman's car, driving to Mansfield Woodhouse. He reversed at high speed into a sidewalk, striking and killing a retired teacher waiting at the bus stop. But Gavin didn't feel any remorse about the murder he just committed. In fact, he was heard shouting, "I've killed him, I've killed the devil." But this led to Gavin being arrested. The entire series of events, from the initial car theft to the fatal collision, was described by the judge as a psychotic episode. It's obvious that Gavin had some mental health issues, though it's never been confirmed what exactly the nature of them were. Machete-wielding bandits. Brian and Lauren Swenson, a Utah couple living in Kenya, were traveling with two Kenyan trainers, Shiv and Collins, to film a promo video for a CrossFit gym they were opening. But the overwhelmingly heavy traffic on the main road led them to the decision to take a detour. That was a mistake. The car passed two armed officers who gestured for a ride, but the Swensons knew that this area was dangerous, and bringing those people into the car might end up more trouble than it was worth. They didn't stop. But further down the road, they encountered a suspicious stopped public transport vehicle. Shiv and Collins knew something was wrong. They urged the Swensons to keep driving, but as they got closer to the car, three men armed with machetes charged at the car. The dashcam footage captures the exact moment that Bryant reversed, purely to buy himself time to roll up his partially opened window. In the panic, Bryant expertly maneuvered the car away from the threat, saving everybody in the car from an extremely dangerous fate. But the dashcam footage reveals how bad things could have gotten. One of the attackers was carrying what looked like stolen goods in a bag, suggesting this had been going on all day, and another had a gun. The Swensons quickly realized that the bandits had attacked the public transport vehicle and the passengers inside. And if they had picked up those guards, it would inevitably have led to a shootout that would have possibly killed everybody.
Tucked away in the forgotten photos of our past is a collection of bizarre images. These images hold the secrets of an absurd, macabre, and questionable history. that never made it into the textbooks. This ominous gray-looking scene was taken in Stockholm, Sweden, of the Stockholm Telefonternet Tower. This image was captured in 1890, after the tower was constructed in 1887. The old Stockholm telephone tower was a metal construct that was built to connect more than 5,500 telephone lines in the Swedish capital. When the patent of the telephone emerged, there was a race to connect everyone to the phone grid. Since the idea was fairly new, no one knew that they could bury these cables instead of having them strewn across the city. The cables, though, couldn't stay littered across residential homes, so the tower was put into place as a meeting point. The central hub spread at a length of 240 feet and was visible in the skyline at any point. Each telephone needed its own physical line that would be strung between the business or house to a phone exchange. In order to accommodate the thousands upon thousands of individual lines, unsightly towers were needed. The Telefonternet was one of Sweden's telephone exchanges. The cables went in various directions, giving it an apocalyptic and hazardous look. This image makes it easy to recognize the absurdity of the tower and how dangerous the whole endeavor was, which only worsened during the winter months. Everything that could have possibly gone wrong with this invention did. High winds damaged cables, along with ice storms and fires. This network was incredibly vulnerable to the elements, and if it fell, it would be a tremendous hazard for the whole town. Connecting grids were known to fall on houses, breaking rooftops and exposing the residents to the elements as well. More historical images of this odd period litter the Museum of Technology. The era of the Telefonternet was divided into 3 categories on the museum's listing. One of them shows how electricians and builders dangerously stood on one of the telephone towers, connected with lines that would travel to the tower. It also revealed the hazards that the constructs posed in the form of damaged buildings and blocked roads. Another album called Telefonstationer Stockholm revealed the control center where the cables were alarmingly sent through. The last album was dedicated to the Stockholm Tower, which could be seen from any angle at any place in the city, as it towered ominously over the buildings. Luckily though, phone networks were quick to evolve. By 1913, these dangerous-looking towers, like Telefonternet, were decommissioned in favor of a simpler technology. The construct, though, still stood there as a landmark and was used as a billboard at one point. It then caught fire in 1953 and was subsequently demolished. This picture is exactly what it looks like. It's a motorcycle chariot race, a daredevil routine performed shockingly by the New South Wales Police at the New South Wales Police Carnival of 1936. There were many daring features that took place at the Sydney Showground, including dogs jumping through flaming hoops. 2 daredevil police officers would race around the track in a dangerous motorcycle stunt. The earliest record, though, of these races seems to date back to 1933, during the Police and Firemen's Carnival. According to the Sydney Morning Herald, this spectacular production also took place at the Sydney Showgrounds, where racers were equipped with a V-twin Harley-Davidson that was bolted abreast. The daring acts that take place here are like scenes from a movie, Ben-Hur, a 1925 silent film to be exact. 2 boys in blue decided to recreate the scene in the movie, except they replaced the horses with motorcycles. Both of the men, while seated on a flimsy chariot with full-sized Harley-Davidson wheels, must control the bikes simultaneously as they make their way around the track. If a photograph wasn't enough to convince the public that this was a real event that took place, one video was taken. The footage came through the form of Fox Movietone News on the 7th of March, 1936. For about 55 seconds, it appears to be just a regular parade until the motorcycles come in, revealing the daring race. According to the Popular Mechanics magazine, the chariots were made from old wine barrels with automobile wheels attached to them. A pair of leather reins were attached to the Harley's handles, while the charioteer had to steer himself around. The method used in controlling these riderless Harleys was to attach each rein to each motorcycle's throttle, allowing the charioteer to control both of them at the same time and at different speeds. Motorcycle chariot races were popular around this time and weren't unique to the Sydney Showground. One daring rider took it one step further, attaching 3 motorbikes to his slapped-together chariot while he was dressed as a Roman-era charioteer. This sport also found its way to Germany during the same period. A 1938 newspaper article shows one German performer holding the reins of 4 motorbikes attached to his rubber-tired chariot. All of the bikes this time are supported and attached by 3 horizontal bars. While the traditional Harley-Davidson chariot racing has dwindled in recent years, there are still some enthusiasts who keep the idea alive. Jack Field is one such enthusiast, who created his chariot from what appears to be a trailer supported by 2 wheels. Instead of horses or Harleys, though, he used Husqvarna motorcycles with rods to control the throttle and brake controls. This seems like a safer option compared to the leather reins that were used in the 30s. There's a whole history behind the lethal-looking races, which sparked modernized versions today. In 1897, this picture of George Moore and Fred Ho, 2 circus performers who went by their stage name, the Living Skeleton and the Fat Man, were quite the pair of the world's most comical boxers. They captivated audiences across the country with the circus sideshow act. Their routine performance strangely stemmed from doctor recommendations. Both of these men needed to increase their exercise. One needed to gain weight, while the other needed to lose it. The 2 realized that they could turn their conditions into a performance that would lead them to travel the world and generate a living income. George was an extremely gaunt man. He was born in Helena, Montana, to a father who owned a dry goods shop. Until the age of 21, George worked in the shop while stirring the desire to travel the world. George's unusual body stemmed from a medical condition known as Marfan syndrome. It's a genetic issue that affects connective tissues. During his 20s, he would get his wish when the first major circus rolled into town and offered him a position to exhibit himself as the Living Skeleton. Of course, he closed the offer at once. He would then meet Fred, and they would become great friends. Fred's father was a carpenter. He too would learn the trade, but as he continued to gain more pounds, he opted for a different life. This life, of course, was the Four-Paw Circus, where he was revered as the Fat Man. It was here that he would meet his sparring partner. After both receiving separate advice regarding their physiques, they decided to combine a much-needed exercise with pleasure. This is where the boxing journey began. The 2 friends would practice boxing for a long time together, privately, before bringing it to the stage. This was prompted by the circus manager, who heard about the private boxing practice. He arranged to view a round or 2, and concluded that they should face one another on stage in front of the audience. This would increase their salary and a long-term engagement. Later in life, both men grew in their profession, not only becoming expert boxers, but also the perfect comedians. Their routines have been described as uproariously funny. George stood at a height of 6 feet and 3 inches and weighed just 97 pounds, while Fred stood 4 foot 2 inches tall and weighed 422 pounds. The 2 men's performances gave them the financial support they needed. Many onlookers would be attracted to this bizarre show and unusual performance, providing the anomalies with a steady income. The sideshow industry may seem controversial now due to concerns about ethics and exploitation, but back then it was a prevalent form of entertainment that put food on the tables. Sideshows often feature people with unusual traits, medical conditions, or amazing talents. Fred and George's unique routine, though, emphasized a broader tradition, where spectacle meets curiosity. The story of these 2 men is an example of how different individuals could find a way to transform their circumstances into a means of living and entertainment, with their acts serving as a testament to resilience and creativity. This image definitely looks like one taken from a horror movie about a cult that meets out in a secluded forest, engaging in ritualistic activities, summoning ancient entities. They're the Straw Boys of Ireland, an eccentric tradition that's unique to Irish culture. While the exact way in which the tradition began is not clear, it's known that it originated in Western countries. During local weddings, a group of men referred to as the Straw Boys would pop up uninvited. They were dressed in sheaves of straw, formed into a conical hat shape to hide their identities. It's an old marriage custom. During their random, unwelcomed presence on the happy day, the Straw Boys would do a dance with the bride and the groom. Even though they took on an ominous appearance with an atmosphere of mischief, The presence of these men was actually viewed as bestowing of luck upon the newlyweds, as well as wealth and health. The group would also play music while providing a lively performance, exciting the families that attended. They'd often be offered food or drinks in exchange for more entertainment or appeasement. In more modern accounts of the Straw Boys, they were referred to as wedding crashers, with groups of them crashing receptions, performing tricks and magic for the guests, and demanding dances from the happy couple. Once the boys had drunk enough of the served beverages and bid the couple good luck, they left and headed back to their homes. One description of the Straw Boys came from a note from 1938. It explained that on the night of one wedding, the Straw Boys arrived at the house where the ceremony was being held. One batch had come from the groom, while another from the bride. The night prior to the wedding, the Straw Boys would meet up. During this meeting, they discuss heading to the bride's home. They turn their coats inside out and secure them with a rope. On the day of the wedding, they steal straw instead of asking for it and create hats from it. The hats travel down to their shoulders. The group will also decide who the captain is and who the sergeant is, both of which carry sticks. Upon their arrival, they'll knock on the door and wait for it to be answered. The captain calls for a dance with the bride, and later the groom. The Straw Boys then ask for the bridesmaids and groomsmen to gather on the dance floor where they must perform a half set. The Straw Boys shout, "I wish you all sorts of good luck." The group then heads out and declares that the groom is a decent man. In some areas where their tradition is prevalent, the boys would later burn the straw hats after the wedding. But this would only be done if their presence was well received. If they'd felt unwelcome, the hats would be cast into a tree. This way the whole town would know that the newlyweds were abrasive and rude. According to a historian, the Straw Boys weren't the only custom at the time. Other traditions that weren't limited to weddings would make regular appearances throughout the year. On St. Brigid's Day, groups of biddy boys would visit their neighbors with a straw effigy of St. Brigid. Another tradition takes place on the first day of May, where May boys visit towns and villages dressed up in elaborate disguises, adorned with flowers and ribbons. They paraded around playing music in celebration of the first day of summer. One Irish tradition is still ongoing today, but has been weakened in recent years. It's the presence of the Wren Boys, who make an appearance on St. Stephen's Day. Each of these groups, though, are branch-offs of the Straw Boy tradition. They make use of wicker, straw, leaves, and goat skin to complete their natural but creepy looks. This grotesque, Halloween-looking costume is a shame mask that's currently housed at the Medieval Crime Museum in Germany. It was used in Germany in the 17th century, and various other versions were used. Its purpose was to instill a feeling of shame in the wearer, who was forced to use it for committing a crime. This would certainly alert the community to the fact that you committed some sort of minor offense. The Middle Ages were a time when identity and civility were based upon the dichotomy of honor and the same. Laws came into existence throughout Europe to establish a system that humiliated minor criminals. Each person born in this era was born with a certain amount of honor that was dependent on community and social class. They would then lose their honorable status by committing acts that were viewed as shameful, such as marrying someone of the lower class. People, of course, feared shame because losing honor meant that their lives were ruined. Associating with any shameful person, even sitting next to them, would immediately diminish that honor. The Germans at this time believed that the crime committed by one person would infect the entire community, and therefore there had to be some form of punishment that would restore their honor. Instead of focusing on reforming the criminals, Germans sought to deter others from making the same mistakes. This is where the act of throwing rotten vegetables at someone came into play. Eventually, this act didn't seem like enough, and the handmakes were brought into existence. The masks were made of mortifying designs, like the initial witch-like mask. Other designs took on modifying appearances with donkey ears, pig noses, and long tongues. Each mask referred to a specific minor crime, which was mostly targeted at women. A mask with a long nose may indicate that the wearer is being nosy, while huge eyes, ears, or a mouth indicate eavesdropping, spying, or gossiping. A lot of the time, they adorned the faces of women deemed too talkative. A few of the handmakes had chains attached to them so that the ones who wore them could be guided and paraded through the village to ensure that everyone saw them. Otherwise, the purpose of the shame mask wouldn't be upheld. These contraptions were obviously uncomfortable to wear. They were a cold, heavy, unyielding metal. Occasionally, a mouthpiece would be added to inflict pain while talking or eating in more extreme cases. This would physically silence the person who wore it and would lead to mouth fatigue and drooling, and in some cases, one would be forced to wear the rooster mask for hours and sometimes a full day. The long-tongued masks were used for gossipers, while the long-eared type was placed on the heads of eavesdroppers. Tavern drunks or unkempt people would be forced to eat the pig snout mask. England and Scotland would present their own version too during the same era. They called them the Scold's Bridle and sometimes the Brank. The punishment would befall the perpetrator who committed the same acts, with the extension of excessive rudeness, such as being rash or shrewd. The Scold's Bridle, though, was a bit more hostile than the German version. It was designed to prevent the wearer from speaking or sharing opinions, which would force them into submission. This version also didn't hide the wearer's face, but allowed it to be clearly visible. Ironically, though, even though gossip was a punishable crime, spreading rumors about who was wearing the mask was somehow acceptable and added to the offender's embarrassment. During the Middle Ages, Europe had seen an increase in anxiety relating to women's speech. It was during this time that texts were in circulation thanks to the printing press. Women were able to access the written word, which instilled fear about them speaking out of the boundaries of domestication. Moral feminine behavior discouraged reading texts, but still, this era saw an explosion of female writers, even with the shame mask system in place. Pictured here is Francesco Lentini, also known as the Three-Legged Wonder. His story began in Rossellini on the 18th of May, 1889. Two farmers, Natalie and Giovanna Falco, lived on a farm at 9 Gentoli Street. They already had 4 children, which would later expand to 12, with Francesco being the 5th of the bunch. Wrapped in the very cotton swaddling that once held his maternal grandmother, the newborn was abruptly placed into the reed basket that was stored under the bed, while the midwife, Maria Alberino, ran from the room screaming with terror. This caught the attention of other women who were there for Giovanna's birth. Each came into the room and left in tears without telling the mother what was happening. Once she was alone, Giovanna received the reed basket and unwrapped the cotton swaddling. She soon understood the reason for the weeping. Natalie would later return from harvesting hay and took a look at his son. He saw no error in the newborn, but rather viewed him as the will of the Almighty. This outlook, though, was not long-lasting. Rumors began to circulate as to how he came to be. Some believed that when Giovanna visited a carter, she became disquieted by the craftsman's table, which rested only on 3 legs. The superstitious village believed that the child was a punishment and labeled Francesco an abomination. The parents refused the child and left it in the care of Natalie's aunt. Later, though, they reclaimed him and began taking him to specialists as he grew. The older he got, the more he adapted to live with 3 legs and 4 feet, one of which was rested by his knee and remained underdeveloped. He also had an extra rib and a rudimentary tailbone. This was all the result of a conjoined twin. Custom pants and 3 shoes to adorn each of his feet were crafted for him, and he learned to sleep with his extra leg resting on a nearby trunk. Francesco, however, saw the light in this situation and was exhibited in many cities, including London. He would begin performing for the Ringling Brothers Circus in his adulthood. In 1906, he made his debut with the Barnum Circus and toured many times across Europe and the United States, drawing a larger crowd each time. His 40-year-long career also placed him on sideshows like Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. His peers respected him so much that they often referred to him as the King. He would also be nicknamed the Three-Legged Football Player for using his extra leg to kick a football across the stage. In 1907, he married Teresa Murray and had children, continuing his life as a loving husband, father, and performer despite his condition. Later, though, he and Teresa split, and he began a new life with Helen Shoup. There are still some descendants of Francesco's line living today. Francesco had Sicilian features, including a height of 5 feet and 6 inches, gray eyes, a dark complexion, and brown hair. He finished school through 8th grade with the help of a tutor. At the age of 77, after living a full life, he passed away on tour. But this was not the end of his legacy. In 2017, a reference to him was made in the film The Greatest Showman. He also appeared on the back cover of Alice in Chains' self-titled album, with the front cover being a three-legged dog. The 1960s was a time of brainwashing children into thinking that the future would be full of flying cars, treadmills, sidewalks, and levitating schools in the sky. The Jetsons was a children's TV show that brought about these different resources. They also seemed to have a preconceived idea of artificial intelligence, with the addition of Rosie, the Jetsons' maid. She appeared in only 2 episodes of the 1962 to 1963 run. The show, of course, took on a futuristic setting. Today, we find that artificially intelligent robots are a thing of the present and the future. Or so we thought. While robots aren't particularly a new development, the idea of them being intelligent is. But one invention from 1966 says otherwise. One man decided that the maid-like robot shouldn't just be a thing on the TV screen, and took to creating one himself. Dennis Weston, a Leeds, England resident, believed that Rosie should be a real-life invention. So he embarked on an adventure to create Tinker, the remote-controlled robot maid. Tinker could do a variety of human-like chores, including washing its owner's car, weeding the garden, and even taking a baby for a stroll down the road. Owners could even take these robots on shopping trips. It seemed almost too good to be true, and it was. The catch was that Tinker could only venture 200 yards beyond Dennis's garage, as he controlled the robot with the remote. Many historical photographs have emerged from the era in which this bot was being used, but they were never brought to recent textbooks. Pictured here is one of the main things that Tinker could do, washing its owner's car. Despite being ahead of its time, the bot looks as one would expect it to for the 60s. It looks as though it was built from garage junk with vacuum pipe-like arms and random sheets of metal. Tinker was equipped with a Zoom TV camera, which allowed owners to see what it was seeing. 120 electronic motors, memory, and 29 signal-receiving channels. But Dennis soon ran out of space with his many other inventions, and this maid-tasked robot was passed along to a family friend in 1974. His name was Brian, and he owned Leeds Radio Shop during the 60s and 70s. It was here that he sold Army surplus radio equipment. It was guessed that the beloved Tinker met a similar fate as most of the gear that ended up at Brian's shop, which was to be stripped for spare parts. Dennis Weston made many inventions in his lifetime, which he jotted down on cigar packets. In 1995, he passed away, and Tinker, an invention that was never fully realized, was forgotten. One would think that this was the end of the robot story. Much to our surprise, though, in 2012, it was revealed that Tinker lives. Paul Weston, the grandson of Dennis Weston, found the very bot that his grandfather invented. It was dusty, dented, and probably no longer operational. This is not some sort of optical illusion, a trick of invisible glass, or an unseen fence. What you see here is exactly what it looks like. A group of friends or family having a casual lunch among a congregation of alligators, the usual sort of event that one could expect from the early 1900s. The California Alligator Farm became a popular attraction during this time, since its establishment in 1907. Francis Ernest and Alligator Joe Campbell were the 2 men behind this outlandish attraction. That year, the 2 men opened a Los Angeles gator farm in the Lincoln Heights neighborhood. It quickly became the home of other reptiles like snakes, lizards, and crocodiles. The admission fee was just 25 cents at the time, and it was the city's most popular tourist attraction. A promotional brochure would soon do the rounds, claiming that the farm was host to alligators of all sizes, from babies to monstrous. The gators were fed chickens and ground meat. They'd be separated by size due to their cannibalistic instincts. Various photographs of this period began popping up, including the picnic in the middle of the congregation. The women seated there appeared fearless, but so were the other visitors in every other photograph. Tourists, especially youngsters, would saddle up a worthy beast and ride them across the park, where a makeshift chariot would be attached to them. Visitors would also pick up some of the smaller alligators and wrestle with the larger ones. One image even shows a woman lying beside a gator, a magazine in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Some would even be brave enough to attach one of these large beasts to a leash for a stroll around the park, while others bottle feed the hatchlings. The creatures would also have their own fun with 16-foot slides added to their enclosures, which led straight into a pond. Humans weren't the only kinds of visitors allowed here either. Various images have also come about of dogs simply hanging out with the alligators. Many photos of the California alligator farm show people interacting with the gators in these ways. One would assume that many fatalities occurred within this dangerous park, but strangely enough, there was not a single one. The only recorded incident was one young child being bit on the arm, leaving him with a simple scar as proof. Some of the alligators, though, escaped during the floods and probably headed for the sewers, hence the rumors we hear today. It also wasn't uncommon for local fraternity boys to break into the amusement park when no one was around and steal one or two of them. The farm's most famous inhabitant was Billy, who even starred in Hollywood films. According to the Los Angeles Times, almost every single scene with an alligator's jaw between 1910 and 1940 was Billy's. He would also be hailed as one of the highest paid non-human actors, earning $100 a day. He was the oldest gator in captivity, rumored to be 110 years old, and was prized for his learned trick of holding his jaw open on command. In 1953, the farm relocated to Buena Park, close to Knott's Berry Farm. The farm then housed 4 buildings containing over 100 displays that held snakes and lizards from all around the world. Other residents included snapping turtles, giant tortoises, and over 1,000 more species, leading to it becoming the largest reptile collection in the world. The gators would also become quite the neighbor's nuisance, with their nocturnal noises and the occasional stray in a nearby swimming pool. In the 1970s and early 80s, the amusement park realized the cruelty behind it all and began focusing on educating visitors about the creatures instead. This, of course, led to a decline in popularity and attendance, resulting in its closure in 1984. The animals were sold to a private Florida estate, and what became of them after that remains a mystery. We all thought that the fear of clowns stemmed from the release of Stephen King's It, or maybe even John Wayne Gacy. But perhaps it's the backstory of this creepy clown picture that really instilled the trepidation connected to these silly children's birthday party performers. This black and white image is taken from a 1924 American silent thriller, 1-hour-long film called He Who Gets Slapped. The film centers around a creepy, bitter clown who endeavors to save the young woman he loves from Baron Reginald, who betrayed him. The clown was initially a scientist named Paul Beaumont, but was betrayed by his colleague, Baron Reginald. Beaumont's act consists of him being slapped by other clowns, reliving his personal and professional humiliation with each slap. His horrifying yet silly persona took on a rather terrifying appearance. A pale white face stood out against the black and gray backdrop. Scar-like striped paint trotted over his eyes, and red lipstick turned his mouth into a forced upward smile. Completing the look was his large pleated ruff, a dark gown, and 3 separate clumps of hair jutting from his head. In this image, the character is taking on a curious pose. He looks toward the audience with a fear-instilling smile, darkened eyes, and his arms outstretched at his sides. Playing as the clown is an actor known for his role in multiple horror movies, Lon Chaney. This wasn't the only time that he acted the part of a creepy-looking clown. In 1928, Chaney opted for the role of Tito the Clown in the long-forgotten 1928 silent film called Laugh, Clown Laugh. The movie was a drama that mixed some elements of horror and whodunit. The melodrama follows the life of Tito, the clown who takes in an abandoned child, Simonetta. In her adulthood, though, the creepy clown becomes obsessed with her, but is outmatched by Count Luigi Ravelli, a younger and richer man, who's also not Simonetta's adopted father. Chaney starred in around 157 films, including The Phantom of the Opera, in which he stars as the masked presence the Phantom, and The Hunchback of Notre Dame, where he's the lead of Quasimodo. With his career starting in 1912, Chaney's reputation only grew with his ability to transform himself using nothing more than a bit of makeup, as he did in He Who Gets Slapped, an ability that would earn him the name Man of 1,000 Faces. Another vintage photograph that emerged from the forgotten archives was captured by Enrique Diaz in 1940. While it may look like something out of some cult-like horror movie, there's actually quite a rich history behind this image. It was taken in Mexico during the San Juan de los Lagos Fair. As seen in the image, a woman adorned with a crown of thorns and bandaged face is being guided by a man who holds her arm. Going almost unnoticed and blending in with her dress is a noble cactus, a sacred and medicinal plant. It gives the impression that the thorns are piercing through her chest, a symbol of sacrifice. This is a symbolic tribute to Our Lady of San Juan del Valle during a fair or celebration dedicated to her. The choice of costume represents both sacrifice and Catholicism. The celebrations, known as mandas, however, can be brutal in other ways. The idea behind them is to prove devotion to Our Lady. These journeys are made by foot from homes far away, occasionally dressed as the Virgin of San Juan. Some have gone to the extreme of walking on their knees, crawling, or carrying immense statues. These means of tribute are often done while fasting. One day each year, the festivities would commence, where people embark on a journey of self-punishment in an effort to ask for forgiveness or a miracle. The origins of this tribute have been lost to translation, but it all began back in 1623 in the Mexican town of San Juan de Lagos, which was later founded after the Spanish conquest. It was here that Spanish missionaries would install an image of the Virgin Mary in the church. The idea behind it was to assist the parishioners in their devotion. That year, a family of aerial acrobats rolled into town. They were eager to perform for the guests that evening, but during their performance, the daughter of the family, who was swinging from the ropes, lost her grip, slipping into a field of sharpened blades that the father insisted on having there. Everyone rushed to her side and found her unconscious and injured. It was then that a woman named Ana Lucia brought the image of Our Lady, placed it next to her, and healed her almost instantly. This was considered a miracle by the church, and the image became recognized from there on out as Our Lady of San Juan. The devotion would later be taken into the United States and toured to other areas. In 1949, Reverend Jose Maria Aspiazu of the San Juan Parish was permitted to foster a devotion to the entity, and so a reproduction of a statue that was inspired by the image was made and placed in the chapel. Thereafter, a shrine and a new church were built in dedication to Our Lady, and so began the ceremonies. At the end of January and beginning of February each year, a great pilgrimage would commence. The pilgrimage starts in neighboring towns as many gather in the city and approach the shrine to ask for forgiveness or a miracle. A feeling of spirituality descends over the town. In the 1970s, the devotion was revived in San Francisco, California, where a monthly mass would be celebrated. This image is reminiscent of the bizarre and extreme pilgrimages that would take place in celebration of Our Lady of San Juan. More than 3,000 years ago, ancient people in what is today Spain created a monument that would last the ages. Today, we know very little about these Neolithic people, who'd only recently started farming, but the structure that they made has provided at least some insight into this mysterious group. The Dolmen of Manga is located in southern Spain. Today, it's known as one of the largest megalithic structures in Europe. The largest stone used to create it weighs as much as a blue whale and is 5 times heavier than the largest component of the more famous Stonehenge. Together, all the stones used to create the structure weigh as much as 2 Boeing 747 planes. But it isn't only the weight of the stones that has baffled archaeologists, since research into the site first began in the 19th century. It's easy to compare all Neolithic sites to Stonehenge. In this case, it's heavier and larger. It's also a few hundred years older than the oldest parts of Stonehenge's construction. The Dolmen of Manga is believed to have been constructed sometime between 3750 and 3650 BC. Rather than a circle of stones, the dolmen is a chamber built into the bedrock. Trenches were dug into the rock, which the vertical stone that would make up the wall were then lowered into. During construction, up to 1/3 of the wall stones would have been buried. Then, once all the stone megaliths were in place, the bedrock was carved away to create the chamber that we see today. The chamber is 90 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 11 feet high. The chamber's floor is actually larger than its roof, as all the walls lean inwards at a surprisingly consistent angle. This small detail is one of the first clues about just how incredible the structure is, and why it remained so mysterious for so long. When archaeologists working on the site in the 19th century began, they couldn't imagine ancient people having the engineering skills capable of creating something so detailed. It's one of the few things we know about these people today. They were much more clever than we imagine people from the Copper Age to be. The constructors used what we call today sciences to create the dolmen. Geometry, geology, and astronomy all played an important role in the construction. A recent study uncovered some of the secrets of the builders. We now know how they moved the delicate stones half a mile without damaging them, and we have a good idea of the engineering knowledge they must have had to create the structure. But there are still mysteries that remain unanswered. Researchers now know how the dolmen was constructed, but why is still unknown. When it was first explored, archaeologists found the remains of hundreds of people. It was obvious that the dolmen served as a tomb, likely for many generations. The people buried here are believed to be important figures from the community, possibly local rulers and their families. Unfortunately, very little is known about the civilization, and why the people put so much effort into creating a tomb for them. It's believed that it was constructed in such a way as to withstand the seismic activity in the area. It may have had more spiritual significance. Researchers have suggested that the stone structures were meant to symbolize something permanent and eternal. Why this location was chosen could also be significant, but something that researchers haven't unraveled yet. There seems to be some kind of astronomical significance to the layout of the chamber. It captures the sunrise on the summer solstice even though it doesn't face east, which is likely not a coincidence. But until we know more about the ancient builders, the true significance of the Dolmen of Manga may remain unknown. In May of 2020, metal detectorists made an interesting discovery in a field in Yorkshire, England. Buried, one on top of the other, were 4 copper objects that had been hidden away for over 1,000 years. Together called the Rydale Hoard, these objects provide some insight into what life was like in Roman Britain when these objects were buried. But who buried them and why is still an unsolved mystery. The objects were of a remarkable quality, even after having been buried for hundreds of years. The most striking of the 4 was the bust of a man's head. It was small enough to fit into the palm of a hand, but showed a remarkable level of detail, especially in the hair and the forked beard. The eye sockets were empty, creating an eerie expression, but experts believe that it may have once had colored glass or gemstones behind the eyes, making it appear much more lifelike and awe-inspiring to those who saw it. While the front of the bust is very detailed, the back is much simpler. The holes in the back of the bust told scholars that it once had been placed on a pole or a staff of some kind. There were no inscriptions saying when this was created or who it depicted, but scholars are confident that this is a bust of the Roman emperor, Marcus Aurelius. Aurelius ruled from 161 to 180 and was known as the Philosopher King. He was also frequently depicted with the same forked beard as this bust. The bust likely once belonged to a priest of the imperial cult and is a very rare find today. The second object is more common. It's a small figure of a man riding a horse, and it's believed to be a depiction of the Roman god Mars. The area was once home to the 9th Legion. It was on the edge of the Roman Empire. Some soldiers would have been a familiar sight here. The third object is a decorative handle of a key or a bladed weapon. It was crafted to resemble the front half of a horse. The fourth object is the simplest, but also one that causes the most confusion. It's a simple plumb bob used by architects and landscapers to create straight lines. There's little wear and tear, suggesting it didn't get much use before it was buried. Why these objects were buried together is a mystery. The first 3 objects can all be explained relatively simply. The bust would have been an important religious symbol, and the statue of the god Mars would have been buried by a soldier as an offering to the god before he went into battle. The symbolism of the handle depends on whether it was once part of a key, as was originally thought, or a blade, as the museum website describes. A blade could have been symbolic of a sacrifice, while magic keys were a recurring symbol in ancient Roman religion. All these have a clear purpose in some kind of religious setting, and may have been buried by a priest from the imperial cult or a follower who somehow acquired the bust. But the plumb bob makes less sense. One theory is that this was used as a part of a ritual for a blessing before an act of landscaping, and may have been buried before a large project took place. Alternatively, it could simply have been the hoard of some metal worker who buried the items to collect them later to melt down the metal. The artifacts are now on display in a local museum and will continue to puzzle experts for the foreseeable future. The Samoan island of Savai has been called the cradle of Polynesia and the soul of Samoa. It plays an important role in various Polynesian myths and legends, and is home to a mysterious monument that has baffled historians and local experts for centuries. The Palimele Mound lies hidden in a dense jungle in the south of the island. Footpaths lead towards it, but it's easy to get lost, and difficult to make out the structure if vegetation hasn't been cleared away. It wasn't until the late 20th century that archaeological research began to uncover some of the secrets of the mound, and about the people who created it. Like many great monuments, the building of Palimele Mound took place in stages, beginning around 1000 CE. It was the end of the so-called Samoan Dark Ages, a period of time without any new myths or stories, and few archaeological discoveries. The mound started much smaller than it is today, and was made from piles of basalt stones on top of a foundational base of volcanic rock. Over the centuries, the mound grew to a height of 12 meters. While it's been called a pyramid, the mound is flat on top and paved with smooth stones from the local rivers or the coast. But what makes the Palimele Mound so strange is the shape. When viewed from above, it resembles an 8-pointed star or cog. Archaeologists have found a few clues that could hint at explanations for the mysterious mound. The first discovery is that it was built on top of a much more ancient village. The first settlements in the area date back to around 2,000 years, and a second settlement phase came just before the first building stage commenced. Surveys of the area have found sunken roads and what could be the remains of a much larger settlement around the Palimele Mound. It could be proof of a flourishing Samoan population that was much higher than original estimates, shortly before the European Age of Discovery. Archaeologists have also discovered kilns with traces of key plants inside. The plant was believed to have medicinal properties and played a role in religious or cultural ceremonies. Put together, it seems likely that the mound had some kind of cultural or religious significance, but there are no records or stories about what this significance was. Oral histories from the local area explain that cairns found on top of the mound were built after it was abandoned, sometime in the 1600s or 1700s. But the same stories don't explain why the mound was abandoned, or what happened there before. In ancient times, Roman historians wrote about a port city that they called the First Emporium of India. Located somewhere on the western coast of South India, the port of Muziris was an important trade hub for hundreds of years. But when the city disappeared from ancient maps, its location was lost and today remains a mystery. Muziris went the way of cities such as Troy, becoming more of a legend in modern times. It was obviously a city of great wealth. It was variously described as the city where liquor abounds, and a place that bestows wealth to its visitors indiscriminately. Gold deliveries were made by ocean-going ships from far-off lands. It was an uneven trade in many cases. Muziris provided more than its trading partners could afford. Those trading partners vary depending on the time period. Even when the Roman writer Pliny the Elder was writing about the port, it was ancient. Muziris dates back to at least 3000 BC, when it traded with the Babylonians, Assyrians, and Egyptians. Later, traders from Rome would make the trip, crossing overland through Egypt before taking a ship to the Horn of Africa and east to the Indian subcontinent. It was this connection to Rome that made it so curious to modern historians. According to Pliny, Rome had a significant trade deficit with India, and most of that was money that went to Muziris. The focus of the trade was black pepper. The ancient Romans couldn't get enough of the spice, which featured in many dishes at that time, but wasn't grown within the empire. The trade meant that Muziris appeared on maps from ancient Rome, but it also meant that when Rome stopped trading with the city, it seemed to fall into obscurity. Rome's economy started to falter during the 3rd century, and within a few hundred years, all mentions of Muziris stopped. There was no money for pepper from across the sea. What happened to the city after that is something of a mystery. Many believed that the port of Muziris became Kodengallur, another important port on the coast. Kodengallur rose to prominence in later centuries, but it was here where explorers from Europe traded up until 1341. It was then that a catastrophic flood occurred, changing the coastline forever and wiping Kodengallur from the map. When archaeologists started to explore the remains of Kodengallur, that conclusion was thrown into doubt. There were many artifacts from the 13th and 14th centuries. It had obviously been an important port, but there was very little from earlier periods, and nothing from what could have been Roman times. But there was a different story taking place 11 kilometers away. The small village of Patanum doesn't seem out of the ordinary today. But during monsoon season, glass beads are washed out of the soil to be collected by local children. These beads caught the attention of archaeologists, who began to explore this area. In just a few archaeological trenches, researchers found hundreds of thousands of artifacts, including Roman coins and pottery. Even the name Patanum suggests something unusual about the village's history. The name means market town or trade port, and would be more fitting of somewhere like Muziris than this small village. There's still debate about whether Patanum is actually the site of the ancient city, but if that is the case, the mystery remains as to why Muziris disappeared. It may have been linked to the lack of trade from ancient Rome, but the city had existed long before Rome, and it seems unlikely that the disappearance of one trade partner could have caused it to disappear entirely. The Hittite Empire was one of the great powers during the Bronze Age. It controlled trade between the Mediterranean and the Mesopotamian regions, and wasn't known to absorb influence from other civilizations around it. But around 1200 BC, the Hittite Empire and the capital city of Hattusa disappeared, and the empire was lost to history. When Hattusa was rediscovered in 1834, historians realized that this ancient city and the empire it belonged to was real. But the story of why this once bustling city was abandoned is still waiting to be discovered. It was first settled around the 6th millennium BC. Like any city that was around for so long, it changed hands between various people as civilizations and empires gradually rose and fell. The final and most famous of those civilizations were the Hittites. And around the year 1650 BC, it became the seat of power for the Hittite Empire, and it was during this time period that the city reached its peak. It was a melting pot of different cultures, and home to up to 50,000 people. They were protected by thick walls that surrounded the city. Also part of the city was a large citadel, temples, and the royal residence built on a high ridge. Even though it was well defended, Hattusa would face many battles, including one that forced the Hittite Empire to relocate before one of its successors moved the throne back. The city may have ended in one such battle too. The end of the Hittite Empire is shrouded in mystery. It was one of the many victims of the Bronze Age collapse, which itself is something that puzzled historians and other scholars. Many different causes for the collapse have been put forward, including droughts, a breakdown in trade, and invasions from the mysterious sea people. It's likely that a mixture of different factors caused the ancient Mediterranean civilizations to collapse. While some, such as the ancient Egyptians, managed to continue, the Hittites were wiped from the map. Hattusa, which had been inhabited for centuries, also disappeared. There is evidence that the city was destroyed in a fire, but this wasn't a sudden end to the city. In fact, it had been in decline for a while, before finally being destroyed around 1200 BC. The cause of that decline is a mystery, but there is evidence that the people of the city had been moving out, taking with them their valuables and anything else that they could carry. This coincided with a general decline in the Hittite Empire, and may simply have been a symptom of the wider Bronze Age collapse. It also could have been due to weather conditions or the growth of another currently unknown city in the empire. Research into this ancient civilization is still ongoing, and we might uncover more answers to these mysteries in other cities of the empire. But Hattusa also has some smaller, more perplexing mysteries. Among those is the Wish Stone, a mysterious object that was found in the ruins of an ancient temple. The temple is believed to have been dedicated to the sun goddess and storm god and has been called by archaeologists the Grand Temple. The wish stone was made from nephrite, a dark green in color and roughly cube-shaped stone. The stone is abundant in the region, but no other monuments or monoliths made from it have been discovered. Theories about the purpose of this strange stone range from religious purposes to being used at the base of a statue that's since been destroyed. It could hint at a cultural aspect of the empire that we currently know nothing about. Cryptograms and secret codes are fascinating mysteries, but often the background of these cryptograms and how they originated can be equally fascinating. The Chinese gold bar ciphers are a strange combination of a historical mystery and something that could have a real-world impact today. It also could just be a hoax waiting to be uncovered. The story started when a curator from an unidentified museum brought a collection of 7 gold bars to the International Association of Cryptological Research. The curator explained that the gold bars had been issued to someone named General Wang in China in 1933. They looked similar in appearance to the metal certificates related to a bank deposit in a US bank, and are roughly the size of a remote control. But rather than having clear information about the bank deposit, there is instead a collection of Chinese figures and letters from the Latin alphabet, along with strange images and some form of script writing. The images include that of someone apparently in a military uniform, a plane, and strange symbols. According to the association, the Chinese writing tells of a bank deposit worth roughly $300 million. Little other information was shared, other than images of some of the gold bars. One of the immediate mysteries was who this General Wang was. The name wasn't especially unique, and there were several generals with that name in China during the 1930s. A report from 2005 sheds a little more information about the mysterious bars. According to that report, the General Wang in question was Wang Jiali. Wang Jiali was the chairman of the Guizhou government in the early 1930s, and was known for opposing Chiang Kai-shek's reunification of China. According to the 2005 report on the gold bars, the general bought 300 million shares of Citibank in Shanghai on March 3, 1933 for roughly $1 a share. In 1933, Citibank was known as the National City Bank and did have a branch in Shanghai. That period was a difficult one for the bank, with the head of the bank resigning that same year. The text also allegedly includes the names of the bank officials who were involved in the transaction. There doesn't seem to have been any other record of this transaction, or any explanation for the general's decision to spend money this way. Somehow, these receipts then left China and eventually made their way to the US and into the hands of 2 men in California. It's possible that cracking any of the cryptograms on the gold bars could help solve this strange mystery. It could refute or prove some of this information, or take the story deeper into a rabbit hole. Considering that the moon has been an unchanging companion to Earth throughout human history, there's a lot about this satellite that remains a mystery to us even today. Some of these mysteries we didn't even know existed until relatively recently. One of these is the cause of the near-side-far-side lunar asymmetry. The moon is tidally locked with the Earth. That means that one side of the moon is always facing the Earth, and the other side is always facing away into the darkness of space. For most of human history, only the near side was ever visible to us. The dark blotches on the surface were as familiar a sight to the ancient Mesopotamians as they are to us today. Early astronomers assumed that these dark patches were vast seas that covered 30% of the lunar surface. But as technology developed, they realized that this was actually just a much darker rock, and there was very little liquid water on the moon. The reason for this dark coloration was a mystery, and would remain that way until samples were brought back from the first Apollo missions. But by that time, an even larger mystery had been revealed. In the late 1960s, the first lunar spacecraft orbited the moon and sent back images of the lunar surface. This was the first time humans would get a chance to look at the far side. It was assumed that the far side of the moon would look similar to the near side. What was revealed was completely alien. The far side of the moon has almost none of the dark Maria seen on the near side. Instead, it's littered with craters and resembles the surface of Mercury. The two faces of the moon aren't just completely different, but this difference is split perfectly between the two faces. So while astronauts were collecting the first samples of lunar rock to examine, a new mystery had been uncovered: the cause of this asymmetry. Solving the mystery of the Maria provided at least some explanation. It was always assumed that volcanic and tectonic activity on the moon stopped quickly after it was cooled. It was believed that the moon was too small to retain an internal heating system like the Earth's. But analysis of the rocks collected showed that the moon had been volcanically active just 1 billion years ago, relatively recently in its lifetime. So the explanation for this Maria was volcanic activity. But that didn't explain why one side of the body was covered in these lava flows and the other had very little. It was later revealed that the crust on the far side of the moon is much thicker than the near side. But that couldn't be the only explanation for this volcanic activity. Craters had dug deep into the far side crust, but it hadn't resulted in lava pouring onto the surface. Even within these craters, very little Maria can be found. Even if this uneven crust was to explain the lava flows, that wouldn't be the end of the mystery. Scientists have put forward a few different suggestions. Some believe that a random distribution of radioactive elements could be to blame. These elements release heat when they decay into more stable isotopes. They also lower the melting point of the rocks around them, resulting in more magma in this part of the moon. Another theory is a massive collision on the near side, which could have destroyed the crust there. Alternatively, it could be the fault of the Earth itself. During the Earth's early history, it was little more than a ball of magma, which cooled much slower than the moon. But the moon is so close to the Earth that it would have been heated by this ball of boiling rock, which could have resulted in the near side being molten for much longer than the far side. As more missions to the moon are planned for the future, new information could provide us with insights, or just add to the mystery. When Egyptologists explored the tomb of architect Sinmut in 1935, they made a startling and disturbing discovery. Many of his close family members had also been buried in the same tomb. One of these was an unnamed woman whose face was frozen in an expression of fear or pain. Dubbed the Screaming Woman, who she was, how she passed, and why she was embalmed this way are unsolved mysteries. Screaming mummies are a rare phenomenon, but they're not unheard of. The ancient Egyptians had a detailed and careful embalming process, but that wasn't always followed. In some cases, the embalmers didn't secure the jaw shut. As the muscles disintegrate, the jaw falls open, resulting in a haunting expression. At first, it was assumed this is what happened to the Screaming Woman. Senmut was an important architect during the period of Hatshepsut's reign. Anybody who was buried at his tomb would likely have been an important or close family member. His mother was among the people discovered in the same tomb, so it seems unlikely that the Screaming Woman wouldn't have gotten the proper care and treatment. Egyptologists don't know exactly who she was, but she likely had the money and status required for the proper mummification process. But when they looked closer at the mummy, it was clear that the typical process hadn't been followed. During the New Kingdom, mummification required the removal of all internal organs, with the exception of the heart. This mystifying woman was discovered with all of her organs still in her body. For a long time, Egyptologists assumed she must have not been properly cared for after her passing. But more recent analysis has shown that this wasn't the case. Examining her skin revealed that the Screaming Woman was embalmed with juniper and frankincense. These were both very expensive materials, and would have had to be imported from outside of Egypt. The fact that her organs were in place wasn't the result of poor mummification, but simply a different process to that which was common at the time. Now, experts have a different idea for the cause of her horrifying expression. The woman may have suffered from a rare event just moments before she passed, which caused all muscles in her face to freeze up. This can occasionally happen when someone is under extreme emotional stress or suffering. It's still debated whether or not these can actually occur, but Egyptologists at Cairo University believe this is exactly what happened to the woman. Her face became frozen just before she passed, and the embalmers were unable to close her jaw. The conclusion was controversial. Some believe that it was simply a case of the jaw not being properly secured, as has been seen elsewhere. the screaming woman underwent various scans at the university to try to solve the mystery of her strange expression. The scans revealed some information about who she was in life. She'd stood a little above 5 feet tall, and an analysis of her bones revealed that she was likely around 48 years of age when she passed. She may have suffered from mild arthritis and recently lost some of her teeth. She was buried wearing a wig of palm fibers treated with quartz and other crystals, and her hair had been dyed with juniper and henna. One thing that the analysis couldn't reveal was just how she passed. This could help to solve the mystery of her anguished expression, but there wasn't enough information for experts to answer this question. In northwestern Spain is a monastery believed to date back to the 6th century and the earliest days of Christianity in the region. It was in this secluded place in the mountainous region of Galicia that a mysterious legend arose. In 2020, a chance discovery proved that the legend was more historical than many believed, but there are still many parts of the story yet to be uncovered. The monastery of Santo Estevão de Ribas de Sil is the setting for this strange mystery. Exactly when it was founded is impossible to determine, but legend states that it was founded by Saint Martin Dumiens, as he brought the religion to the region. It's nestled in the mountains overlooking the Sil River and the relatively untouched countryside. When it was built, it would have been the perfect place for quiet contemplation and meditation. It was in 921 the first documentation of the monastery began, when the king of Galicia authorized its dedication to Saint Stephen. Not long after this, the story of the 9 bishops began. Sometime in the 10th or 12th centuries, 9 high-ranking bishops from different parts of the Iberian Peninsula came to the monastery. They decided to take a vow of poverty, giving up their titles and living the rest of their lives at Santo Estevão de Ribas de Sil. While they were there, they were said to perform miracles or healing, and they were highly regarded by everyone who knew them. When they passed away, the bishops were each buried in the monastery, in a cloister that's now known as the Bishop's Cloister. Their remains were later moved inside the church. But their legend only grew after they passed. The monastery became a pilgrimage destination for people who believed in their miracles, and for those who wanted to see the legendary rings. Even though the bishops had taken a vow of poverty, each retained a ring. These were simple, made from silver with a single gemstone. But after the bishops passed away, it was believed that the rings retained some of their power. They were known to have healing properties, and many came to the monastery in the hope of healing ailments. A small chest containing the rings was even taken to women in labor in hopes of granting good health to the mother and child. But one of the rings disappeared. There was never any written documentation of this disappearance. No record has ever been found of a theft or some kind of incident that would have resulted in the rings being lost. Many, even those who worked at the monastery, believed that the rings were nothing but a story. Some didn't even believe in the bishops. In 2020, restoration work was underway in the part of the monastery where the remains of the bishops were being kept. It was there that an urn was discovered, and inside there was a silk bag. Inside the bag were 4 rings and a strange note. The note read, quote, "These 4 rings are those that remained of the 9 holy bishops. They are the ones that have remained. The others have disappeared. Water is passed through them for the sick, and many are healed." If the note is to be believed, not only were the 9 rings real, but 4 had been recovered. Authentication work is still ongoing, and the reason why the rings disappeared in the first place is still a mystery. It's possible they were hidden to stop them from being confiscated by authorities or stolen by someone. Another mystery surrounds where the other 5 rings are today. Akhenaten was one of the most controversial pharaohs in ancient Egyptian history, changing the state religion and causing a massive political upheaval that lasted until the reign of his son, King Tut. But between these 2 rulers, at least 2 other pharaohs took the throne. Tut's direct predecessor was a pharaoh named Nefer-Nefertiti, but little else is known about this mysterious figure. The years after Akhenaten's reign were a chaotic time in ancient Egypt. Previously, power had been split between the pharaoh and the priesthood, with the priests of Amun having a lot of power. That power had been removed as Akhenaten barred the worship of gods other than Aten, the sun god. The kingdom had already been unstable while Akhenaten was alive, but when he passed away, that left a power vacuum with no clear successor. Nefer-Neferueten would take the throne, but exactly when is unclear. She may have ruled as a co-regent of Akhenaten, or his successor, Smenkhare. She may have even directly succeeded Akhenaten, with Smenkhare coming after that. The fact that Nefer-Neferueten and Smenkhare shared a name also confused matters, but most Egyptologists believe that the two were separate pharaohs. The reasoning for that is one of the few facts that seems clear about Nefer-Neferueten, that she was a female pharaoh. She was often depicted with female epithets, including one that means effective for her husband. It wouldn't be the first time in ancient Egypt that a female pharaoh had ruled, and given the strange circumstances of the time, a female ruler isn't that hard to believe. But that would rule out her being the same person as Smenkhare. The mummy of Smenkhare has been discovered and confirmed to be that of a young man. But with only one possible identity ruled out, there are still many who Nefer-Neferueten could be. But the mystery of this unknown leader will likely endure for many years to come. In March of 2000, Life magazine announced that it would be stopping publication after over 60 years. Coincidentally, just a few weeks later, a man named George Story, living in Hawaii, passed away due to a heart attack. George's life and that of the magazine were intertwined from the moment he took his first breath to his last. Life magazine actually began as something most people wouldn't recognize today. It was a general interest and humor magazine, very similar to the New Yorker. This format ran from 1883 until 1936, when the magazine was purchased by Time and transformed into a photojournalism publication that would become famous around the world. The first issue of this new Life was released in November. The cover featured the newly built Fort Peck Dam. The editors expected construction photos, but what they got was a slice of life on the western frontier. From that moment on, the publication would be known for its slice of life photography. It covered major news from around the world, but the subjects of the photography weren't only the politicians, celebrities, and major names that influenced events. They included everyday people. Some of the most famous photos and even cover images throughout the Life's run featured everyday people. One of the first ordinary people to feature in Life magazine was George Story. He was born in a hospital in Portland, Oregon. There was nothing any more ordinary about Story's birth, other than the fact that a photojournalist was present in the delivery room. Many pictures were taken that day, including one that would be featured in the first issue of Life magazine, published shortly after Story's birth. The picture showed him being held and cleaned by a doctor, shortly after his umbilical cord was cut. The caption beneath the photo painted a picture of the first moments of his life, of being between two worlds for a moment, living and breathing, but still attached to his mother. It was titled Life Begins, and began, the camera records the most vital moment in any life, its beginning. Despite featuring in a magazine that would be read by millions of people, George lived a very private life. But throughout that life, the Life magazine would visit him, taking photos and keeping readers up to date on what was going on. It was a slice of life in every sense of the term. George grew up, got married, and had children. He had a career as a journalist before becoming a city manager. Each update included a new photo of George. Life was an expensive magazine to produce. When it first started, handheld photography was still a novelty, and there was nothing like the photojournalism of photo essays that Life became known for. But over time, that changed, and Life became less attractive to readers. It went on hiatus for several years before returning in 1978 for monthly issues. The updates in George's life continued. But in 2000, printing the magazine became too expensive, and Life stopped publication for good. It became online only, and eventually only special editions were published. The plan for the final issue included another visit to George Story, who by this time was in his 60s. But just weeks after Time announced Life would be stopping, George passed away. His passing was just days before the interview was supposed to take place. He would still feature in the magazine, this time in an article under the headline, Life Ends, a fitting finale for the magazine. The First World War changed the trajectory of Europe, and much of the rest of the world for the rest of the 20th century. While the tensions on the continent may have made it seem like some kind of war was inevitable, the sparks that actually ignited the conflict were actually more like coincidences than certainties. Most people know of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Habsburg throne, as the event that triggered the entire war. It's also a common anecdote in popular history that it was only chance that put the Archduke in the wrong place at the wrong time. But even with this strange coincidence and the tragic demise of the Archduke and his wife, there would still have been a chance that the war would not go ahead, were it not for other coincidences that took place. One of these was the untimely passing of Nicholas Hartwig. Hartwig was the Russian ambassador to Serbia and had been an important political figure in the region for years. He was born in Georgia to a minor noble family of German descent. After graduating from St. Petersburg Imperial University, he joined the Russian Foreign Office and spent much of his career in the Asiatic department. But Hartwig's real interest lay in the Balkans, in particular with Serbia. A series of wars in the region had left countries battling for power in regions that had once been part of the Ottoman Empire. Even though they were collectively known as the South Slavs and had a lot in common, the different people had their own distinct cultures and identities, even if the nationalities didn't reflect that. The situation in the region was complicated, and made even more complicated by the involvement of Russia and Austria-Hungary. Serbia was just one of the nations that had risen into the Balkans, and had grown in strength during the wars. The nation was eyeing territory that belonged to others, in particular Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia was part of the Austrian Empire at the time, so it seemed inevitable that there would be some conflict between the two nations. Hartwig was described as more Serbian than Serbs, and supported Serbia's interests in the region. A lot has been written about his qualities as an ambassador. Many seem to think that he promoted himself as having more power than he actually did, and gave the impression that his personal opinions were Russian policy. He also may not have had accurately reported back public sentiment in Serbia to Russia. Hartwig, being in this position at such an important moment in history, definitely had an impact on how various politicians thought of the other nations involved in the crisis. Despite his pro-Serbian sentiments, Hartwig may not have been as enthusiastic about a war starting as it might have first seemed. His Austrian counterpart, Baron von Geisel, seemed to believe that Hartwig would have advised the Serbian government to accept the ultimatum that Austria presented them with. This may have been just wishful thinking on von Geisel's part, but on July 10, 1914, the two men met in Belgrade. They then had what was described as a friendly conversation. Hartwig seemed to have been trying to smooth over tensions caused by the Russian reaction to the news of Franz Ferdinand's passing. They did not share food, but Hartwig did smoke some cigarettes, and then suddenly at the end of the meeting he suffered a heart attack. Hartwig had been having heart problems for a while, but that didn't stop rumors from spreading. His own daughter believed he may have been poisoned, and collected the cigarette butts as evidence. Rumors appeared in the newspapers that the Austrian ambassador had been responsible for Hartwig's passing, which only further stoked tensions. Even if Hartwig hadn't intended to stop the war, his passing at that coincidental time definitely made war seem more inevitable than it would have been if he had not passed. It also meant that Russia didn't have an ambassador to Serbia at this crucial time, which would only have made a diplomatic solution to the crisis even less likely. In 1903, Orville and Wilbur Wright became the first people to demonstrate engine-powered heavier-than-air flight. Less than 70 years later, Neil Armstrong became the first human to set foot on the moon. Not only did the three men become inspirational figures in the field of aeronautics, but their journeys all began in Ohio, as did a surprising number of others in the field. The Wright brothers' first flight did not take place in Ohio. The 12-second journey occurred in North Carolina, but it was in Ohio where their plans to take to the sky began. The brothers owned a bicycle shop in Dayton, Ohio, and had moderate success. But by 1899, Wilbur had become fascinated with the idea of heavier-than-air flight, and work on the first Wright plane began. The Wrights revolutionized not only flight, but also aeronautical research. Techniques they used at the turn of the 20th century, such as wind tunnels, are still used today. They started out with a simple kite and glider, developing the wing shapes and just how a pilot was able to manipulate them. Finally, in 1903, they added propulsion and a propeller to create what's considered the first airplane. While testing and original flights took place in North Carolina, it wasn't long before their base of operations moved to Ohio. A banker allowed them to use his pasture not far from Dayton as an airfield. An airship was built there, and it was gradually developed into what can be called the world's first airport. Huffman Field also became home to a flight school, and later Dayton became home to the first airplane factory. Here, the Wright brothers produced parts and planes that would be shipped around the world. Over the next decades, the plane developed a lot, with many inventors around the world contributing to that development. But it seems that the people of Ohio never stopped looking up. By the 1960s, the space race was well underway, and the recently founded National Aeronautics and Space Administration was tasked with beating the Soviet Space Agency. In 1969, the Soviet Union put the first human in space, but the US and Ohio would soon catch up. John Glenn was born in Cambridge, Ohio. During the Second World War, he joined the US Army Corps and became a respected fighter pilot. This put him in the perfect position when NASA started to look for candidates to go even further away from the Earth's surface. Glenn was one of 7 military test pilots picked for NASA's first crop of astronauts. In 1962, he became the first American to orbit the Earth. Ohio would continue to produce astronauts at a surprising rate. Even though the state only has 3% of the US population, 25 astronauts have called the state their home. The state is the 4th highest producer of astronauts in the US, and is beaten only by the much more populated states of California, Texas, and New York. Among the Ohio natives who've gone to space is the most famous astronaut, Neil Armstrong. In some ways, it's only a coincidence that so many people from Ohio have chosen flight and spaceflight as their careers. But there may be more tangible reasons that this is the case. Some have suggested that the past success of famous Ohio residents has inspired future ones to follow in their footsteps. Others have pointed out that Ohio has become a center of aeronautical technology, which has inevitably drawn in locals. Whatever the case, it seems unlikely that Ohio's close friendship with flight will end anytime soon. French wartime leader General Charles de Gaulle survived at least 30 attempts on his life during his life, both during and after the war. Many of these were thwarted by simply ducking for cover, or events not going ahead as planned. But there was one attempt that's been described as a miracle, extremely lucky, or just a very strange coincidence. August 26, 1944, was supposed to be a day of celebration in Paris. 10 days earlier, the insurrection had begun. It was led by members of France's Communist Party, working with resistance members in the occupied capital. Even though they didn't have the firepower, the resistance decided it was time to strike against the occupying army. Originally, there weren't plans for the Allied forces to take Paris, but rather go straight to Berlin. It seemed unlikely that the Germans would let the city go without a fight, but it didn't hold much strategic importance. But the man in charge of the defense for the city, General Dietrich von Koltitz, didn't want to see the city destroyed and negotiated for a peaceful handing over of the city. On top of that, de Gaulle was eager for French forces under his command to be involved in the liberation of the city. Starting on the night of August 24th, French soldiers, led by Major General Leclerc, moved into the city. By the afternoon of the following day, von Koltitz had surrendered. Celebrations took place throughout the city that day, but there were plans for something more formal the following day. De Gaulle wanted to be seen and for his role in the liberation to be known. Even while there were still pockets of German resistance both in the city and in France as a whole, people were working to think about what would happen afterwards. The Communist Party had started the push, and it would be easy for them to claim the victory as their own. De Gaulle knew if that happened, it would have made the fight after the war even more difficult. A parade was planned, which would place a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier there. He would then go down to the Cathedral of Notre Dame for a Te Deum Thanksgiving. The journey was planned out in detail, and the streets were packed with citizens wanting to catch a glimpse of the famous general. All along the route, there were military personnel and police officers ready in case disaster struck. That seemed to happen at around 4 p.m., shortly after de Gaulle arrived at Notre Dame. While he was still outside, bullets were fired from the roof of a nearby building. They were quickly met with a return volley from the military presence, and the crowds rushed for cover or to get away. De Gaulle didn't do the same. He simply walked calmly into the cathedral where the attack continued. There were more attackers hiding within the cathedral itself. Some reported bullets coming from the upper gallery near the grand organ. It would have been a location where they had a clear view of de Gaulle and other important political figures that had gathered. For about 10 minutes, the attack continued, but de Gaulle carried on as if nothing was happening. He made no effort to duck for cover, and reporters at the scene described it as a miracle that he wasn't hit. The only change of plans was to make the service very short, after which he went straight to the Ministry of War. Who exactly was behind the attack was never determined for certain. Some blamed German holdouts, while others thought it was members of the Communist Party, hoping to take out a political opposition. Another theory is that the mass panic was simply caused by people being on edge and misinterpreting celebrations as an attack. Whatever the case, de Gaulle's survival and defiance had a lasting impact on France for decades to come. It's no coincidence that George Orwell took inspiration from his time in the Spanish Civil War when writing his most famous works. But an eerie coincidence that even he was unaware of surrounded one of his most infamous villains. In 1936, a civil war gripped Spain. The fighting largely took place between forces led by Francisco Franco and the Republic, who had the backing of the Soviet Union. Orwell was a socialist, something that had already drawn the attention of the police in the UK. He followed the events in Spain closely and decided to travel there to fight on the side of the Republic. This wasn't one unified group though, and Orwell wasn't entirely familiar with the political differences between them. He eventually ended up joining the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, or the POUM, which had links to the Independent Labour Party in the UK. This was a choice that would have a terrifying impact on Orwell's life. The fighting in Spain was terrible, and Orwell was wounded in the throat while on the front lines. But the fighting between the communist factions was almost even more dangerous to the future writer. High-ranking officials in the POUM had connections to the famous Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky. By this point, Trotsky was living in exile, having been ejected from the Soviet Union. But the government in the USSR still believed he posed a threat, as did any of his supporters. Members of the POUM were labeled as Trotskyists. That included Orwell, his wife, and their close friends. The Soviet secret services, the NKVD, had spies operating in Spain, trying to find out as much information about the people who they'd been fighting alongside. One of these spies was David Crook, another British citizen who'd gone to Spain to fight on behalf of the Republic. Crook earned a job in the office of the ILP, where he used the long Spanish lunch breaks to take photographs of all the files and send them to the Soviets. Of particular focus for him was Orwell and his wife, although it doesn't seem that he gained a lot of information about them. Orwell's file is still under wraps in the Russian archives. Only a few details have ever been revealed. One of these was that Crook was 95% certain Orwell's wife was having an affair. Another detail, which was only revealed in 2003, was that Crook's spy master was Hugh O'Donnell, who went by the codename O'Brien. Anybody who's read Orwell's 1984 would recognize O'Brien as the name of the main antagonist. In the book, O'Brien befriends the main characters, Winston and Julia, in a similar way to how Crook had gotten close to the Orwells. He convinced them he was part of a resistance group, only to turn on them and reveal that he's actually locating traitors to the party. Orwell was likely aware that he was being spied on. Many of his friends were thrown in prison, and he made a narrow escape. But it's unknown if he actually knew Crook was the spy, and it's unlikely that he knew the person behind the spying was codenamed O'Brien. One of the most famous strange coincidences in pop culture may not have had a lasting impact on history or society, but it's remained in the public consciousness for decades. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is one of the most popular albums in history. It was released in 1973 and has since appeared on many lists of the greatest albums of all time. It also holds the record for the most weeks on the Billboard Top 200 chart. Another extremely popular piece of media is the 1939 musical film The Wizard of Oz. The movie took advantage of the new Technicolor film to introduce audiences to the psychedelic world of Oz and the strange story of a girl from Kansas in this unusual land. There was little reason to connect the album and the movie, and for decades, nobody thought to. But in the mid-1990s, rumors began to be shared on the internet forums dedicated to discussing Pink Floyd. Nobody knew exactly who had noticed the strange coincidences first. The first time it reached the popular press was in an article in the Journal-Gazette in Fort Wayne, Indiana. According to the writer, the information had come to him second or third hand through the Usenet group, and may have originated somewhere in California. If the Dark Side of the Moon album was played alongside The Wizard of Oz, the music seemed to line up with the visuals and mood of the film. The general consensus is to start the album at the third roar of the MGM lion. The synchronicities start almost immediately. The small coincidences begin with lines from songs lining up to small events in the movie. The words "balanced on the biggest wave" play as Dorothy balances on a fence, and the lyrics "no one told you where to run" come as Dorothy starts to run home. But the coincidences then become even more eerie, as the song "The Great Gig in the Sky" seems to line up perfectly with the tornado scene, as Dorothy's home is torn from the ground. Other synchronicities include the Wicked Witch of the West confronting Dorothy, as the lyrics "Black and Blue" are sung, and the sound of a faint heartbeat playing as Dorothy listens for a heartbeat in the Tin Man's chest. The band has been asked about these strange coincidences many times, and each time they've denied it was intentional. It seems most likely that these synchronicities are just coincidences. When the album was being written, the band wouldn't have had access to VHS tapes of the movie, which would have made making something to synchronize to it almost impossible. The fact that the album only covers the first half of the movie also seems to indicate that they weren't made to go together. The writer, who wrote the first article on the topic, pointed out that it was unlikely that Pink Floyd would have kept the gimmick a secret for so long when it would take a strange coincidence for anybody to have figured this out by themselves. The apparent synchronicity is likely a case of our minds trying to find patterns from random things, and attempting to connect audio and visual inputs. There are many other instances where people have suggested music in films or even episodes of cartoons that seem to match up. The fact that The Dark Side of the Moon and The Wizard of Oz are both somewhat experimental and were extremely popular at the same time likely helped this match to catch people's attention. Grigory Rasputin was a controversial figure who seemed to have a supernatural grip on Russia in 1914. 64 years later, a song almost as controversial as The Mystic rose in the charts across Europe and was an underground success in the Soviet Union. In a strange coincidence, Rasputin and the man who performed the song about him met their ends in the same city on the same day. It's thanks in part to the song by the band Bunny M that Rasputin is so well known today. Rasputin was a Russian mystic and faith healer who rose to prominence at the start of the 20th century. Not much is known about his early life. He was born a peasant and dedicated his life to holy work when he was 28. This started as simple pilgrims, but his personality gradually changed to something much more eccentric. He gathered followers as a holy wanderer in Serbia and Russia, gaining followers through his charisma and supposed healing powers. Mysticism, spiritualism, and the occult have been gaining popularity among the aristocratic classes in Russia. Rasputin stood out due to how strange he acted. Eventually, in 1905, Rasputin was introduced to the Russian imperial family. Tsar Nicholas II had 5 children, but only one son, Alexei. Unfortunately, Alexei suffered from hemophilia. It meant that even a small wound could cost Alexei his life. The royal family wanted to keep his condition a secret, but they were desperate for a cure. Attempting to keep Alexei out of danger didn't work, and in the autumn of 1907, a fall that wounded Alexei's leg left him in serious condition. Rasputin was called in at this point to pray over him. What he did is unclear, but it seemed to work, and Alexei's condition improved. From that point onwards, he became an important figure to the Russian family. As Alexei's condition was a secret, there were rumors about what the strange disheveled man was doing in the palace. Some of those rumors suggested that Rasputin was actually in control of the royal family and had more political power than a typical healer should have had. The rumors became even worse during World War I, when Nicholas left Russia to command his troops. It all led to a conspiracy in which Russian nobles and political figures decided they needed to take out Rasputin. There was a belief that with his influence removed, the royal family could regain some of the control and dignity that it had lost. The famous story surrounding Rasputin's passing is likely exaggerated, and nobody knows for sure what happened. According to Prince Yusupov, Rasputin was invited into his home and fed cakes and wine laced with toxins. When these failed to take him out, Yusupov produced a weapon and struck Rasputin with 3 bullets, which finally proved successful. Rasputin passed away in the early morning hours of December 30th, 1914. 60 years later, the Eurodance band Boney M was founded in West Germany. Bobby Farrell was the frontman. He was a dancer and a DJ from Aruba. Farrell wasn't a singer, but would lip-sing along to the male parts of the band's songs. His stage presence was a huge selling point for the band, though, and helped their music to catch on. In 1978, the band's songwriter and producer, Frank Farian, penned his most infamous song. Rasputin told the story of the Russian mystic, along with many of the rumors that surrounded him. Famously, this included that he was Alexandria's lover, something there wasn't much evidence for. The song became a hit in Europe and even in the Soviet Union. The band were invited to perform in Russia in December of 1978, but were under strict instructions not to perform Rasputin. The following year, the band performed the song in Poland. Bobby Farrell had a short but successful career with Boney M, but separated from the band for good in 1988. After that, he lived a relatively quiet life in Amsterdam, but continued to perform. In December of 2010, he traveled to St. Petersburg to perform with his new band. On the morning of December 30th, hotel staff discovered he'd passed away from natural causes in the night. It was not only the anniversary of Rasputin's passing, but the very same city where the mystic had met his end. Every year, NFL fans eagerly await to find out which star player will be on the cover of the sport's popular video game, Madden, and potentially to find out which player will be cursed for the upcoming season. But like all curses, the so-called Madden curse is nothing more than an eerie coincidence. It started in 1998, the first time that a player was featured on the cover of a video game. Before that, the star of the cover was John Madden, the coach and commentator. Madden still featured on the North American version of the cover, but elsewhere, Garrison Hearst was the star. It was with Hearst that the curse began. In the years before he was featured on the video game cover, Hearst had become a star of the game, setting records for rushing yards in a season, and in a single game, and completing what's been called one of the best running plays in the sport's history. But in January of 1999, during the playoffs, Hearst suffered a break to his ankle that kept him off the field for 2 years. Despite being told that he might never play again, Hearst did recover to play for 4 more seasons. If it had only been Hearst, this might have been a strange coincidence that nobody noticed. But a few years later, the curse struck again. Madden 2002 featured Dante Culpepper as the cover star. Culpepper had quickly stood out as a talented player, but his luck started around the time that he was featured on the video game cover. His performances were already not matching what he had previously achieved when he damaged his knee, which ruled him out of 5 games. It wasn't nearly as severe as what had happened to Hearst, and it's possible people wouldn't have made the connection if similar fates didn't continue to befall players. The cover stars in the next 5 years all had accidents that would take them off the field for multiple games. Many also suffered a general downturn in performance. By the time Madden 2008 was planned, fans had started to take notice. The legend of the Madden curse had been born. Fans of the San Diego Chargers set up a website to lobby Electronic Arts to stop their favorite players from appearing on the cover. Even though the EA marketing team insisted there was no curse, the star for Madden 08, Vince Young, had a bad year and fell out of the favor of his coach. The so-called curse continued for a few more years, but by the mid-2010s it seemed like the downturn in luck that players had been seeing was no longer occurring. Who exactly is classed as cursed differs from fan to fan. Some only class those who were taken out of multiple games as cursed, while others would say anybody who lost performance as having fallen victim to the video game's power. But most agree that by the latter half of the 2010s, neither of those things were happening at a significant rate to any of the cover stars. Players are more skeptical of the curse, NFL is a very physical sport, and every year players miss games due to incidents. There doesn't seem to be a higher rate of incidents for those on the cover than anybody else. One player put it simply, do you want to be hurt and on the cover, or just hurt? In the summer of 1004, astronomers across Asia recorded a strange new star that was visible even in the daytime. This guest star was a supernova, which in the almost 1,000 years since it burst into life has transformed into the Crab Nebula. Coincidentally, in Europe at the same time, another event that would change society on the continent was taking place. The two events coinciding may have had a lasting impact on astronomical records in the region. 1054 was still a period of the so-called Dark Ages in Europe, but that doesn't mean there was no interest in science or astronomy. In fact, things such as a supernova in 1006 and Halley's Comet in 1066 were recorded. At the time, there was a belief that the stars could show signs or omens, so recording changes would have been significant. And in April of 1054, some in Europe made note of a strange new object in the night sky. It was described as a bright light or a fiery pillar. This coincided with the passing of Pope Leo IX and may have been used as a sign of his holy status. Today, we know that this fiery pillar was actually a supernova erupting into life. An ancient star had run out of fuel and collapsed in on itself before sending matter out into space. It would eventually turn into the Crab Nebula, which was first observed by comparatively modern astronomers in 1731. The nebula is located 6,500 light-years from Earth and is roughly 11 light-years across. After a few weeks, the supernova disappeared behind the sun and was no longer visible. The focus of Europe turned away from the heavens to the Earth. The fractures between the Church in Rome and the Church in Constantinople had been growing for a while, but the official date of what is called the Great Schism was July 16, 1054, when representatives from the Church in Rome excommunicated those from the Constantinople Church. By this time, the supernova had emerged from behind the sun. It was in around July that astronomers in China, Japan, and Constantinople made the most reports about what they believed to be a new star. For a month, it could be seen during the day, and for years afterwards, it would have been visible without any special equipment at night. But there is a surprising lack of any notes about the astronomical event in Europe. Some believe that the Church would have seen the strange cosmological event as some kind of sign. At the very least, they would have been aware of the fact that it could be interpreted that way by ordinary people. Scholars believe that reports of the strange astronomical sightings were suppressed so that nobody got the impression that the Great Schism was actually something significant. Alternatively, around the same time, there was a volcanic eruption in Iceland. Some have suggested that ash and dust from this eruption had obscured the view in Europe. It seems unlikely this was the case, but it is still a possibility. Without any documents from the era, it's impossible to say for certain why this strange coincidence wasn't noticed by the European scholars. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, sailed across the English Channel to lay claim to the throne of England. What followed was a dash across the country for the defending king, Harold Godwinson, and a close battle fought on a new site known as Battle. William took the victory and changed the course of English history forever. But if a strange coincidence hadn't taken place, it's possible things would have been very different. On January 5th, 1066, Edward the Confessor passed away. He had ruled as King of England for roughly 24 years, taking over the throne of Harthacnut. He didn't have any children, but in his later life, he's believed to have promised the throne to at least two people. The first was Harold Godwinson, a duke who'd been instrumental in Edward taking the crown. The second was William of Normandy. William's father was Edward's cousin, making him one of Edward's closest living relatives. But while these would become the last two claimants to the throne, and the two most famous, they weren't the only ones. Harold's brother, Tostig, also believed he had claim to the throne. Tostig had already been deposed from his position as Earl of Northumbria due to a revolt by the locals there. He fled to Norway, where he met with the king Harald Hardrada. Hardrada believed he also had claim to the throne. Edward's predecessor Harthacnut had allegedly promised the throne to the king of Norway. This was before Hardrada had taken the throne there, but he reasoned that the claim had passed on to him when he'd risen to power at home. Tostig also played a role in convincing Hardrada to pursue his claim. As the only claimant actually in England, Harold Godwinson had quickly had himself crowned. He was aware of William's claim to the throne and prepared for an invasion from Normandy, but storms in the English Channel delayed William's departure. Before William could leave France, Godwinson received news that a Viking army had landed in the north of England. Hardrada's army consisted of thousands of troops on hundreds of long ships. The local nobles were little match to them, and the Vikings spent some weeks raiding northern England for supplies. Word reached Godwinson, who marched his army to Yorkshire to meet with the invaders. The battle would become known as the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Despite the harsh march and fierce fighting from Hardrada, Godwinson's army emerged victorious. But coincidentally in the south, the weather had changed. 2 days after the Battle of Stamford Bridge, William's forces arrived in England and were now preparing to do battle. Another long march across the country took place. By the time Godwinson's army met with the Norman invasion force, they were exhausted from 2 trips and a fiercely fought battle. The Battle of Hastings is one of the most well-recorded fights in medieval history. It was also one of the most closely matched. Both sides had thousands of men between them. Godwinson's army had the higher ground, but the Normans had both cavalry and the superior tactics. It took multiple attempts, but a fake retreat eventually convinced the English forces to break ranks, and the Normans were able to come through. The fighting took most of the day, lasting roughly 9 hours, but Godwinson eventually lost his life and the rest of the army was defeated. Given how evenly matched they were, it seems very likely that things could have gone differently if Godwinson's army had not been so battle-worn by the time the fighting started. If the weather had allowed for Williamson to sail earlier, as he had intended, or if the Hardrada had never pressed his claim, it's possible that the Norman invasion would have been a failure. The chance changed history forever. The FIFA World Cup refers to the International Association football competition. With every competitive sport, a prize is needed. This is where the Jules Rimet trophy was born. It was named after the man who designed it and constructed it from gold-plated sterling silver, mounted on a lapis lazuli base. Rimet based the trophy's design on a statue at the Louvre Museum, the figure of Nike, the Greek goddess of victory. The cup weighed just over 8 pounds and stood at a height of 3.7 inches tall. In 1970, Brazil won its 3rd World Cup tournament, and as a result, they were allowed to keep the original Jules Rimet gold trophy. Ever since, the FIFA teams have been competing for an alternative trophy. But the original cup has a history of frustrating disappearances. It began in 1966, just 4 months before the English tournament. It was on display at the Westminster Central Hall from which it was stolen. There were supposed to be 2 guards on duty, but on this day they failed to attend to their duties. 3 days later, the Football Association received a ransom note, but it turned out to be a setup. Incredibly though, just a week after it was stolen, the trophy was discovered by an unlikely candidate, Pickles, a collie puppy. Pickles alerted his owner, David Corbett, to a newspaper-wrapped item that was lying in a bush near the home in South London, but conflicting sources indicate that it was found beneath a car. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered the missing cup and turned it in. He was awarded a lifetime supply of dog food, a silver medal from the National Canine Defense League, and an invitation to the England team's celebratory banquet. 1 year later, Pickles passed on, and his collar was displayed at the National Football Museum. In 1970, Mexico hosted the World Cup, where the winning team, Brazil, would somehow lose the top of the trophy, which they were later able to retrieve from a young spectator. But in 1983, the Jules Rimet Cup's luck of retrieval would finally run out. It had been 17 years since the theft in England, and at this time it was being kept in a cabinet at the Brazilian football headquarters in Rio de Janeiro. Thieves broke into the headquarters and the prized cabinet using a crowbar. Despite extensive efforts, the trophy remained missing and has never been found since. It disappeared into a world of speculation. There have been various theories that have since come about regarding the eventual fate of the Golden Cup, none of which can be proven. It's guessed that the thieves sold it off and it was melted down into gold bars by whoever bought it. The flaw in this theory, though, is that the trophy itself was not made of solid gold, but was plated on sterling silver. Melting the object down and creating bars from it was deemed improbable. A banker and football agent, Sergio Peralta, was named the mastermind behind this theft. It was said that he hired an ex-policeman named Chico Barbudo and a decorator, Luis Bigote, to aid in stealing the item. Together, the three went ahead with their plan and stole the jewels Reme, as well as another 2 trophies. The band of thieves were later arrested but fled to Brazil while their sentences were being handed to them. According to some reports, 2 of the criminals met their demise some years later, leaving the location of the valuable cup an enduring mystery. The Marine Sulphur Queen was a 504-foot T-2 tanker that was operated as a workhorse after the Second World War. It was built in 1944 and was later sold off as an oiler. In 1960, the MSQ was repurposed and converted to carry molten sulfur. This required its bowls to be redone, and a 306-foot-long welded steel tank was placed down the center. Its purpose was to hold and maintain the sulfur in a molten condition. During the conversion, the ship was extensively overhauled. The MSQ carried out the sulfur trade for 2 years without incident. Former crewmen noted that the ship was, in fact, a fire trap, though. They testified that the vessel had regular leaks that occurred in the spaces beneath, which would lead to regular fires on board. Over the last century, we've been bombarded with the disappearance of aircraft and ships, which seemed to vanish into thin air, never to be seen again. The MSQ was one such ship. The disappearance also centered around the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, for which the vessel would become the star. It was 1963 when the Marine Sulphur Queen was due to make its trip from Beaumont, Texas to Norfolk, Virginia. The 15,000-tonner was due to arrive at the destination on the 2nd of February that year, but it never made it there. There were no weather reports claiming that the vessel set sail in poor weather conditions, and no distress signals were passed. The ship, along with the 39 crewmen on board, was declared missing. The last radio report of the vessel placed it 230 miles southeast of New Orleans. Soon after, speculations about the ship's fate abounded. Some theorized that the MSQ was a victim of piracy or sabotage. It's also thought that the vessel somehow found its way off course. This is due to the fact that despite an extensive search effort carried out by the U.S. Coast Guard of the route, the wreckage or the crew were never found. This left the Marine Sulphur Queen's disappearance as yet another unsolved and enduring mystery that would haunt the ocean for decades. 2 weeks following the initial vanishing, a broken oar
traveling to Havana.
Every soldier needs a cause. anybody asks, I was never here.
Feeling more powerful? Your hair looks brittle, Jack. Are you taking your vitamins?
Once a day, just after my steak dinner.
Stay near my pylon! No one rests until this is done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the aim.
Amazing enemy! Who needs healing? Crusaders!
Enemy seen. Positioning healing pylon.
I've got meds. Who needs them?
Helden sterben nicht.
Everyone heal up.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て
Redeploying.
Face the sunrise!
I am fully focused.
Enemy team down. Push forward now. Come get healed. For the Crusaders! As I have.
I could use some assistance.
We have to stop the pain.
I've got you in my sights.
What's up?
Devour them. I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go. You're going home.
Heroes never die. Helden sterben nicht. 狐の鍵爪を解き放て Get in there, Bob! Don't touch me! Stay out of my way.
I will be fired.
Positioning healing pylon.
My ultimate is ready.
30 seconds remaining.
Crusaders!
10 seconds. Traveling to New Jump City. unlocks in 10 seconds.
You call it?
Flashpoint
They're
unlocked.
disrupt them. Let's increase our. Oh yeah. Hi there.
Damage intensified. Here's ahead. My spell is still upon you. Here to assist.
Hiya.
Making a full recovery. Right by you. I will not let you fall. Thanks, Doc.
I have the objective.
Gale the Mahal.
Dragon becomes me.
This will help you.
An experiment failed.
You call it? I'll make sure it doesn't stop.
Do not let them capture the point.
Did someone call for help?
I've got you in my sights.
My servants never die. I'm at the height of my performance.
Flats.
Area denied.
My skills are still needed.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
We're outnumbered. Careful.
Flashpoint unlocked.
They are taking the point. Disrupt them.
I'm being attacked.
Vamos esculachar!
I'd better be more careful.
Gale the Mahal.
Making a full recovery. Greetings. I'm Dinah Zeiter. Next
maximum velocity! The enemy is approaching!
Barrier initialized.
Welcome to cannot escape me.
In tip-top shape. Hi.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocked.
Enemy in the triangle becomes me.
Come here for you.
Capture the point!
Healing stream connected.
Behind you!
I'm on fire. But this bitch doesn't burn.
My servants never die!
Melody!
Our work is not done. Activating healing stream. Here, take the point. Disruptor.
My sights.
My skills are still needed.
At your service. Everyone on the objective. Don't let him take it.
Checking in. Heightening your capability.
Appreciate the boost!
They have us outnumbered. I'm under attack.
What is ours? We must not advance.
Let's take off!
Zeit für einen neuen Plan. I am at the objective.
Now traveling to Paris.
Kitsune, guide you!
No one else is gonna do it for us. Attack!
Traveling to Sierras.
Deine Pflicht! Enemy turret.
Mark
What's next?
secured. Next, flashpoint ruins. Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Enemy turret here.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Join me at the objective. Glory awaits. We are fewer in number, but
I'm coming in hot.
enemy turret ahead.
City is ready to be unleashed.
Time for the reckoning! Enemy turret. Enemy turret.
I'm not through just yet.
We need to attack the objective. Damn it!
I'm untouchable.
Stay down.
I can take more than that.
Enemy turret here.
Behind you. Let the kitsune guide you.
I will keep you scared.
Enemy here.
Classic lock tower. Behind you. EMP activated. Justice reigns from above.
Ruins lost. Next, flashpoint temple.
The battle
To
awaits
attack
me.
the objective.
Enemy turret ahead.
Soy intocable. Efficient design at work. Enemies
Flashpoint unlocked.
I'm taking the objective.
I will never tire of this.
No.
Enemy
Tango in sight. I'm coming in hot.
Feels like sewing. I'm here.
Shield activated. not through just yet.
What's up?
Secured. Next, flashpoint, garden.
I'm untouchable. Over there! Push the objective!
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I've been knocked down before.
I'm coming in hot. Enemy turret here. Come here. I'm getting the objective.
Glory Elaine.
Efficient design at work. Kudos for trying, Wes.
Come on down. Face me.
Justice reigns from above. Shots enemy down.
Don't let them take the point.
The battle awaits me.
Time for the reckoning! EMP activated. It's go time. Face the sunrise!
I'm not through just yet.
There's the enemy turret. Take it out.
I will keep you safe.
Victory. Play of the game.
Apagando las luces.
Welcome to Samoa.
We still have a shot at this. Here's ahead. I'm taking this. I see your capability. Now we're talking.
The objective is
That doesn't stop. Ich sollte schnell zurück. An deiner Seite. Activating self-destruct sequence. Get them off. Checking in. Taking flight. I'm capturing the objective. Behind you. Rotating deeper. Healing stream connected. Hunting them down. I've got your back. For now. Let me take a look. Hi. Come here, Toki. I could use some assistance. They're taking our point. Let's line up that kill feed. Zeit für einen neuen Plan.
overtime.
An deiner Seite.
Defeat. Play of the game. traveling to Busan.
Can't help you. I'm not charging. I need healing.
Need a moment to recharge.
Healing pylon out.
Sniper, heading out.
My pylon is down. Face the sunrise!
Party was born.
Healing pylon deployed. Quédate cerca para que pueda curarte.
Soy intocable.
Victory. Play of the game. Welcome to Saturday.
With it.
The payload
My
has
duty is
reached
being
the
done.
Alles heeft een reden.
Team kill.
Apocalypse.
Some assistance.
Step right.
Come here. What's here? My ultimate is almost ready.
Approaching objective captured. Advance to objective A.
Stay there. Stay close. I'm trying to help.
Objective unlocks 10 seconds. Objective unlocked.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
camino no termina aquí.
But good.
Objective lost. Fall back to objective B. Objective unlocked.
Helden sterben nicht.
Show me your wounds.
Deactivated.
Objective unlocked.
Come on, let's push him out!
I don't have time to be weak. Objective lost. Fall back to objective C. Healing pylon out. Objective unlocked. I'm coming in hot. Healing pylon on the pole.
PM reactivated.
Objective captured. Advance to objective B. Match point. Objective unlocks in 10 seconds.
Over here! If they want this point, they'll have to go through me! I'm on fire! What? They're taking our point! Let's light up that kill feed! Wow! You're popping off!
Healing pylon out. Traveling to Surabasa.
Escape.
The Kitsune is ready.
one.
Securing the objective.
The shadows coalesce.
Bitte. I am taking the objective.
Let the kitsune guide you. Restoring balance. I'm on fire.
For the Crusaders!
Heroes never die. I'm here.
I'm at the height of my performance.
Beware the shadows.
Hunting her.
For no one.
Helden sterben nicht.
Death ignited.
Огонь по готовности!
The shadows coalesce. Redeploying.
My ultimate is almost ready. Soothing your wounds.
There's one.
I have arrived.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Heroes never die.
Flashpoint.
For the Crusaders! Death ignited.
Over here.
I'm feeling the burn.
Over here. I could use some assistance. Over there.
Over here.
Helden sterben nicht.
Over there.
Hunting them down.
Death falls for no one. Appointed hours. She must not advance.
Огонь по готовности!
We're outnumbered. Close ranks.
Yes.
Death is on your side. My ultimate is charging.
Let the Kitsune guide you!
Victory! Play of the game. Traveling to Nepal.
You're the one making abominations.
Stick together. Let me take the hits.
Five,
Yes.
4, 3, 2,
Yes.
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
On with it.
Yes.
Aye.
Like black
Yes.
magic.
Yes.
The objective is now.
We are losing the objective. Push them out.
I am capturing the objective.
Yes. Thanks.
They're taking the objective.
Yes.
Surrender to my will.
Can't keep me away.
ชีวิตปกป้องชีวิต
Incoming.
I'll just take the objective.
I'm on the objective. Come over if you want something. Fortified.
Thank you kindly. Oh, thanks, lad.
Yes.
Receive my aid. Score 1-0.
Yes.
The world evolves, and so must we with it.
Yes. Yes.
Just one more mission.
Yes. Yes.
Over here. Good kitty.
Yes.
Good kitty.
5,
Yes.
4,
Good kitty.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Yes. Yes. And they say, yes. I am on the objective. Report here now.
Enemy turret ahead. Much better.
Yes.
Persistence is always rewarded.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Affirmative.
Greetings.
Hello there.
Enemy turret ahead. Just in time. Staring. Let's get him off the point.
My opponent. Yes.
None of this administered.
Enemy turret ahead. The objective. Rally here.
Good kitty.
Open your eyes. I thank you.
God of a long thrower.
Hello.
Hello there.
No.
Greetings. I'm in.
I'm on the start. Yes.
Affirmative.
Back again. Did you miss me?
Surrender to my will.
The Iron Core is one of in my sight.
They're taking the objective.
Yes. We're outnumbered. Yes.
You can't keep me away. Got you staring.
Yes. 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 Enemy turret ahead. My apologies.
As they say, try again.
Enemy turret within my sight.
Pushing forward. Round 2. Lost. Score 1-1.
Sure.
Think you can keep up?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective. It all comes down to this. Yes. Your pain will be endless. Don't be scared.
Yes.
Let's try that again.
Enemy turret ahead.
Got you staring.
Yes. Duck.
There we go.
Yes. Duck. Acknowledge.
Taking damage.
Yes.
Much better.
Take the objective.
Present for ya. Boom.
Got you in my sights.
Over here. Point. Stop slacking off.
Up and at 'em.
I am
My
unbreakable. Duck. My ultimate is almost ready. Graviton surge. I am on burn. I am ready for
Surrender to my will.
Keep an eye out.
This a minute.
Yes.
Behind you.
What a lot! Blasting up!
Duck. Get on the objective. Get on my phone. That's it.
finished.
arriving at ease.
What did we learn?
Get a favor. Score 1-1. Been a while since I had so much company.
I take care of my friends.
Support your local bombardier.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture our objective.
Last shot. Let's make it count.
Honor would have me do nothing less.
Better. You're a lifesaver. If you get joined.
You're taking the objective. You got up again. Careful. We're outnumbered.
Vi prøver lige igen. Going up. Shake me that easily.
Start your engines.
Is that all you've got?
see them.
Fire in the hole!
Closing shell makes sense.
That shows him why it doesn't pay to face the enemy.
Do not let them capture the point!
Ike ba vinja. It's not over. Not yet.
We have liftoff!
Play of the game. Welcome to the sun.
One small step at a time.
Not made today.
Mystery egg.
One.
Let's take up.
Unlocks in 30 seconds.
Let's keep each other safe.
Group up.
Light speed.
Hello there.
I feel powerful. Injury detected. Hyper ring out.
Look at that push button!
Hyper ring deployed.
They've taken the robot!
Hey there.
Stick with the robot!
We're in the lead. Keep it up.
Greetings.
Through here. Group up with me.
Hello.
I'm here to support. I appreciate the boost.
Think you can take
Light speed. Let's go down. Does this help?
down! Let's take him to the wall. Heroes never die. My robot did that. Bad move.
Step right.
We need to get that bot back.
I will pretend that did not happen. I feel powerful.
Let's stick together.
You call it?
Does this help? Flickering out.
Kill them all. Hunting them down. The enemy's pushing that barricade.
Engaging thrusters.
Receive my aid.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
Group up.
Our strengths mingle.
Here to help.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Nerf this. Come here.
Let's take him to the wasteland. They're pushing ahead.
Back again for another try.
I'm on fire!
Supplying damage
I
increase.
was feeling lonely. Let's group up.
Group up here.
Reaper here.
The air calls. Irrepressible.
Heroes never die. Hunting them down.
That's sweating the robot.
Heal me!
They claimed the robot. Frankly, a little rude.
Let's spill some blood.
They've got us outnumbered.
Humanity is shackled. I will find the key. Join me. Be nourished. No wound is truly
Thank
mortal.
you.
Thanks. 60 seconds. Thanks. Need a moment to recharge. Forward spawn active. I offer something more.
I've got you in my sights.
take the robot and end them. Sterben nicht. Join with me. Pain is the end. I'm under attack. Thank you. I offer something more. Reinvert Boher.
Stop that robot and we win.
Receive my surrender to my will.
Nothing can pass me.
Hunting them down!
Almost there. Stay with the...
Team victory. Play of the game.
Time for the reckoning!
Traveling to the right.
I'm here. Keep fighting. My ultimate is charged.
The barrier appears. Barrier is split barrier.
Stand up. We're with it.
Stop the payload!
I remember this scheme.
It's happening.
My ultimate is ready.
Nanoboost almost
Please, don't move.
我が敵を食らう
Heavy stagnation.
90 seconds. My ultimate is charging.
Come on, everyone. It'll take longer.
Keep fighting.
I'm on fire.
Heroes never die.
What?
It's good. Get in there.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Need someone to tuck you in?
Play of the game.
Disrupting. This ends now. Double. On a roll.
Traveling to Nepal.
Victory is close, but don't go easy on them.
Hello?
never die.
Rocket barrage incoming! Never stood a chance.
I'll keep this fire burning!
All integrity stabilizing.
Fire in the hole!
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Loading revenge bullets.
Brings relief.
Miles is ready.
Hunting them down. Bob, do something.
Denied.
Team kill.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て。
Loss. Score 1-1.
The hamster has a message for your fox.
That's not how it works.
The mammal is disappointed.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round 3. Capture the objective. The objective is now active.
Frog speed.
Play of the game. Four, five, 3, 2, 1, fight!
Take it steady.
Lead lost. 2, Leon 1. Fight!
Enemy needs 15 kills to win. Enemy needs 10 kills to win. Enemy needs 3 kills. Enemy needs 1 kill. Match complete. Top 6 finish. Play of the game. Four, 3, 2, 1, fight! Select your hero. Choose hero bands. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Humanity is shackled. I will find the key.
Sit down.
Push the robot.
Hello.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Come on, everyone! 시작해볼까?
Engage those hostiles.
Enhancing your vitals.
Got eyes on an enemy. It's a hostile here.
Great minds are always persecuted. We've lost possession of the robot. A cure
They
for
are
all the
making progress!
Dales.
Stop them!
I see a hostile. What is it now? Receive my aid.
Hostiles have the lead. Get it back.
Big style out.
Come on, robot. Let's go.
There's a test subject. Reforming you. Enemy located. Over there. The sick for the Be nourished. Repairing you kind of momentum. I see a hostile. Slipping away.
Tango spotted.
Oh, they're coming!
There is no need to
I've dealt with cynics before. A cure for all the tales.
Wars and Crusaders!
Surrender to my will. Enemy team is pushing forward. to start anew. Come to me in others. You will be renewed. There's it. Back in control. Over here. Design at work.
Join me.
Misery made manifest.
Enemy forward spawn reactivated.
Barricades moving out.
Enemy here!
Welcome to orbit!
Pass into the iris. It's time.
Bothersome.
I'm on fire!
Over here. Enemy located.
Hey, it's Kiko.
I offer something more. I see a hostile. Claiming the robot. There's a test subject. Here for healing. Enemy located. I'm in a hurry.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て洞主不许走
What the?
Great minds are always persecuted. A sip for the parched. We must stop the enemy from advancing. I see a hostile.
Tactical visor activated.
Scale from above. Come to me, There's a test subject. Over there.
Home and up.
Be nourished. You will be renewed. Your end is within my reach. Enemy located. I see a hostile.
Start pushing the barricade enemy here
It's time.
Let the push commence.
let the Kitsune guide you
Taste of poison.
On my face.
They stole the robot from me.
I've dealt with cynics before. I offer something more. Such grooves. There's a test subject. The enemy is pushing their barricade. Enemy located. Misery made manifest. Surrender to my will. It's go time. See a hostile.
Don't let him push that barricade.
Plenty of bombs to go around. Fire, friend. It's
They took the robot. Don't let it move a single step. We got the robot. Let's move.
Don't tell anyone. There's an enemy here.
Hostile mark.
Daddy over here. I didn't know it. I'm on fire.
Over here.
Enemy here.
动住，不许走！
Daddy over here.
Let them up.
Planet of the Ginger protects you.
There's an enemy here.
Seconds remaining.
Hey, I thought that robot was on our side. Snagged. Great.
10 seconds remaining.
Ready to roll.
My ultimate charges.
Fire in the hole.
This is the end. Get him off them. Round up. Stay sharp.
Do something!
Buckle my shoe. There's mayhem to do.
动住，不许走！
Defeat. Play of the game.